we're talking about here. And it's more than just a home. It's memories, Dorothy. This is where I live with my husband. It's my past. And it's my future as I move on toward middle age. It's all I have.
You're right, Blanche. It's a lot to ask.
I'm sorry, but it won't.
Because she preferred to do all of her good work anonymously. I'm sure that a lot of people never even knew that she worked for 15 years in a leper colony. Yes, Celia Rubin.
I am a woman in my 50s. I mean, common sense says that I have gotten flowers before.
So, Dorothy, tell me, are those flowers from men? Are they, Are they?
Well, it doesn't matter where they come from. It's not important that some men find your daughter attractive and send her gifts as a token of their affection. What is important is that you...
I'm really looking forward to dance class today.
I can see that. You're wearing your heat-seeking stretch pants.
But I know that wherever I am, you'll be right there with me. I love you, Charlie. I miss you. It's my birthday. You know the rules. I get the rose.
All right, everybody stay right where they are. The wagons will be here momentarily to transport all of you downtown.
Downtown? He means jail.
Oh, really, Rose? I thought he meant Neiman Marcus.
I've never been in jail.
Gene, I was out of town, Lauderdale.
Oh, of course, I forgot. It's spring break.
Well, do you know why she's coming?
No, I don't.
Look at Dorothy's nose grow.
Oh, shut up.
He's her father. The Yutz has a right to know.
What does the Yutz have a right to know?
We're not sure, but...
I'm sorry, I only date officers.
Norman, would you like to play with the potato head?
Sure. What do you feel like doing?
My mother taken away at the departure gate. You don't know what I'm talking about? Neither do I. Goodbye.
Hi, Ma, you ready to go?
You bet, pussycat.
I'm glad you stopped being so suspicious.
Oh, please. If you can't trust family, who can? My husband was a fan. Not of the cigars, the boxes. We used to keep all our fine cutlery in one.
Blanche was right. She said you were incorrigible.
I guess I deserve it. I always say she's a cheap slut.
Maybe we better be going.
Yes. It was...
It's a little surprise. We're not visiting Lillian as much as we're breaking her out.
What? We can't do that. I mean, that's wrong. What if we get caught?
Lillian is a great friend. Will you do it, please?
Well, okay.
Good. I'll keep the staff busy. You get Lillian.
Inhaling this vapor rub. Dorothy, I have been waiting for Larry to ask me out ever since our eyes first met at Dell's Route 1 Chevron. And I climbed up on the hood of his LeBaron and wrote my phone number on his windshield with the heel.
Passion.
Okay, see you mañana, ladies.
Wait a minute. Where are you going? You've only been here 10 minutes.
So what? I'll be back tomorrow.
Ernie, listen to me and listen good. If you walk out that door right now, you can forget about ever coming back. I sound like I'm on Ryan's Hope.
Small world, isn't it?
Not from where I'm standing.
I did it again. I apologize. Please forgive me.
Oh, Blanche, I'm sure he was only joking.
Don't be self-conscious about my height. I'm not.
Really?
Really. Look, everybody has...
It scared me too, but I told you you were welcome.
Okay, everybody, get washed up. Rose, I knew you'd get that job, so I made a special dinner to celebrate.
Sophia, that's so nice.
Don't mention it. When I was shaving my legs last night, it really made me feel good.
That you were helping Rose.
That I can still touch my ankles.
They didn't want to make eye contact with anybody going to the 5th floor, the sperm floor.
I think you're overreacting.
Perverts looked at us like we were perverts. I know that look.
I thought it'd be more bank-like.
If she'd been there prior to the murder. I think I see now how it happened. Last evening at dinner, when Miss McGlynn saw Blanche give Kendall Nesbitt her key, she was furious. She dropped a steak knife into her purse.
Big deal. I took a whole place in.
Not now, Ma!
Catering the affair.
Well, he might be able to take me, but my date for the evening is Hunter McCoy.
But what about Jake?
What about him?
Well, Jake has to take you to the benefit. I mean, you'll be there, he'll be there. He'll expect you to be there with him. How would you do this?
Well, Rose, you make it sound so terrible. It's not. Jake. At least something good came out of that horrible night.
Hello.
You're slouching. You're trying to pretend you're not tall. You do it all the time.
I do not.
Yes, you do. Ever since you changed schools in the 4th grade, the kids thought you were the substitute teacher.
Well, girls, I did it. I finally broke down and bought that dress I've been eyeing for a month.
Oh, well, I thought you were going to wear the same silk one you wore to last year's banquet.
Oh, no, I think your mother's faking, too. But what if she isn't? Just try putting yourself in her position. Do you know how much it hurts to have someone you love not trust you?
I sure do.
Rose, I was about to tell a story.
I want to tell one.
Dorothy?
Boy, this is a no-win situation. But go ahead, Blanche.
Well, fine.
One of my favorite plays.
Frankly, I was a little disappointed.
Really?
Yeah, when you told me you were taking me to a revival of Tennessee Williams, I was expecting something more along the lines of a seance.
Rose, I have never met anyone like you.
Check the cornfield on Hee-Haw.
Oh, good Lord, we made it.
Girls, I guess this is it. I don't know what to say.
Say goodbye. Our plane leaves in 5 minutes.
Goodbye. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Sophia, darling. Have a wonderful time. I'll miss you. I'll miss you. I'll miss you like crazy. Bye-bye. Merry Christmas.
Pictures, no slides, and no walks down memory lane.
I'll come with you.
What are we, nuns? We don't have to travel in pairs. I'm out of here. Hey, Sam, what's that you're playing?
And there are too many years left, and I don't know what to do.
Get a poodle.
It's yes, I know it is. She's gonna marry him.
Oh, come on, Rose.
Nerves get a bit jangled at these events. Perhaps you would care to discuss one of my paintings?
That would be lovely.
Good, good. Now, shall we start here? Now, do you see how I echo Monet with my brush strokes?
Yeah.
Yes. And do you see how I show darkness with single points of light?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Phil tried to keep them a secret, but I knew he was spending his Thursday nights with them.
Oh, I know it's hard, but try not to hate them, my dear. They're just lonely creatures who were reaching out to another person for a little warmth.
These are the guys from Phil's poker game.
Dorothy, you're gonna have to do the Dance of the Virgins by yourself.
Ma!
You remember, it's like the bunny hop, except you keep your legs crossed.
Ma, you're making this up.
I'm adding to it.
Excuse me for trying to be a good American.
You two, please keep your voices down. I have shopped and dated extensively throughout this market.
That does it. That does it. I am shopping for myself.
Fine. Blanche and I'll do very nicely on our own.
Oh, no, I'm not shopping with you, Mary Poppins.
It's a family tradition. It means the oldest niece has to give the eulogy. Well, not literally. Literally, it's a herring poacher you can wear as a sun visor. The family got together and they decided that was close enough.
Rose, I take... Oh, no, what is the occasion?
There's no occasion. I just know it's your favorite. I'll get it.
Come on, Ma, this takes 12 hours to make. Now, what do you want?
Nothing. And it takes 16.
Ma, the only time you make lasagna al forno is for funerals and favors. Now, you're not wearing black, so what do you want?
In the crook of the door handle for emergencies, and by the time I got through, I was the 12th caller. I won 4 tickets to the Frank Sinatra concert.
You get your bohunkus back in here and listen to what I have to say.
Oh, Blanche, I'm sorry. What were you trying to tell me?
Well, Rose, I just don't know what...
The Board of Health threatens us.
I can't do it.
Forget the Bahamas. How about dinner?
Dorothy, listen.
What?
I have to tell you something.
What? So you have to ask yourself, do you feel lucky? Well, do you? Punk!
Go ahead. Make her day.
Wait, Sophia, where are you going?
To my room.
Oh, you can't. It could be dangerous.
Please, I'm 80. Bathtubs are dangerous.
For anything. I love you. Good God, you're as pretty now as the day we met. You remember that first day we met?
The University Club cotillion. Our eyes met, and I knew you were the only man for me. So when it was ladies' choice, I sent my fiancé off for some punch.
And everyone at the bank went along with it.
And I wondered how the two of you got together to start a business. Let me know when Blanche comes in.
Are you two talking again?
Just long enough to give her a piece of my mind.
Do you think Dorothy's upset because she thinks Blanche is sleeping with Stan?
Could be.
Or is it because she thinks she's lying when she says she isn't?
To me, you have to promise me that you're going to be okay. I don't want anything to happen to you. I want you to be around for a long time.
Oh, don't worry, sweetheart. I'll be around. I'm going to have my head frozen. So are Dorothy and Blanche and Sophia. And some
100-year-old oak tree.
Because Frida Claxton is a miserable, vile, scum-sucking crank who gives nice old ladies like me a bad name. Believe me, she's a totally rotten human being.
Well, I, for one, don't think there is such a thing as a totally rotten human being. I think there's some good in everybody.
No, he never would have eaten my veal again.
Oh, honey, now you'll just do fine.
No, I won't. I remember the last time I tried to give a speech. I was in high school. Do you want to hear about it?
Would you follow us if we tried to make a run for it?
Yes.
Dorothy? I thought you were going to make him suffer.
Oh, and I will. Tomorrow morning, I'll tell him he's the worst lover I ever had. Quarantined, we're in a real bind. How would you like to play Henny Penny?
Well, I have enjoyed playing a hen in the past.
Fill us in. Parade, honeymoon, or religious ceremony?
Theater. The St. Olaf Masquer's production of Hamlet.
I don't right off recall a hen in Hamlet.
Let me get us some refreshments before we start.
Please make yourself comfortable. Sorry it's so hot. And here we are in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning.
Not necessarily. If Rolls wins the award, you'll be flown all expenses paid to St. Olaf to attend the ceremony.
Oh, well, this year I was planning to watch it on TV. Jimmy, I just want to make sure that you're okay. Do I have to play hardball? David Dellinger.
Hi, Blanche. Have you decided who you're going to be at the masquerade ball?
Yes, I'm going as Eve from the Garden of Eden. All I'll need is a few strategically placed leaves.
What about a snake? Yep. And at Christmas, I've been known to put away more than one eggnog. What's the matter?
I think I better keep looking.
Oh, I'll stop eating raw cookie dough.
No, honey, that's not it. It's just the two of us have nothing in common. We're just two different kinds of people. It wouldn't work out, believe me. Em, you're good.
Thank you, Dorothy. That makes me feel so much better. And to tell you the truth, I'm still not ashamed of what I did today. I mean, if Deborah Norville stopped for every serious news story that happened around her, she wouldn't be where she is today.
And the veal shack never did taste right.
Oh, Aunt Angela, you made that up.
Hey, I'm 80. As long as I keep talking, I know my heart is still beating.
Angela, may I offer you something to eat?
As long as it isn't veal. Why's that because of Pee Wee?
Blossom and Belle, who had just won the Little Miss Magnolia pageant.
Blanche, before you start, realize I am very vulnerable now and in no mood to hear a story about you and some Yahoo cracker with 4 first names pawing at each other under a magnolia tree.
Go. Have you eaten? Well, I haven't. Goodbye. Let's roll.
Sophia, we can't. We haven't all gotten our calls.
Oh, forget it. She's not going to call. Hello?
Hey, why don't you come to the studio and we can start right after?
Perfect. Just perfect. Dorothy? To us.
Oh. More goofy pictures!
Please call the operator, Dr. Grant.
Wait a minute. What do you mean she's going into surgery? I talked to her last night. She was fine.
This is why we keep people here for observation.
When can we see Rose?
Are you related to her?
No, we're her friends.
I'm sorry, she's in pre-op, and only her family can see her now. Now, we have contacted her daughter, and Mrs. Nyland will be going into surgery.
The town's most eligible goat farmers. Until Anna Maria Alonso Palladino, known to her friends as Muffin, moved to our village. Suddenly, all the men who were always fighting over who would get to keep the footprints I left in the mud were after Muffin. So,
we're clean at home. I said, well, you won't find any crumbs in her bed. You won't find anything in her bed.
Dorothy, how did this happen? I feel so terrible.
Oh, it's not your fault.
Oh, thank you.
I'm proud of you, Angelo. You didn't screw.
No, not Susan Anton. Even my husband didn't believe me on my wedding night when I told him he was the first.
But George wasn't your first.
Well, he didn't know that. The point is, he didn't believe me.
Look, Blanche, I'm sorry.
Heather and Sunny Pastures is not doing its job. What are we gonna do?
I know what I'm gonna do. Make Sunny Pastures do its job. I'm gonna see the man who runs that place and give him a good what for. I can be pretty mean and pretty tough when I want to be. There's only one thing I'll need.
What, Dorothy?
My mother to come with me.
12 gross for my supplier in Germany. Everything's getting out of East Berlin except my fire engines. They didn't get here till last night.
Come on, Stanley, you've been down before. This is the nature of your business. Why don't you go home and enjoy Christmas and face the future tomorrow?
I can't go home.
Hungry or suicide?
Time since I've done this, and I'm sorry. You have given me a lot to be thankful for. My wonderful children, my health, a beautiful body, legs to die for. A face that is stunningly sexy and yet has the...
Look, you're all confused and upset about this house business. There's only one thing you can do.
Well, what is that, Sophia?
Take the advice of a wise old Sicilian.
You, Sophia?
No, Charlie Callis. Many years ago, my father...
This one.
You're a college professor?
Well, what did you think I meant when I said I taught Hemingway?
I thought you were old.
I want you to meet some people, Rose. Gail, Lillian. It's my friend Rose.
How do you do?
Hello. Miles. Yeah, right now, but before long we'll be fighting again. That doesn't mean we don't love each other. It's just the nature of our relationship. We get it from our mother, our father. Mother. Father. Shut up. You shut up. May your nose...
Ma.
You're right. We get it from our father.
Well, may I offer you a drink?
Well, sure, if you'll join me.
Oh, I don't mind if I do. What would you like?
Something smooth and sweet with a little kick to it.
How about a slow gin fizz?
Now, you're talking about the drink, and I'm talking about the bartender.
Oh.
Blanche, you feel all right?
Happens. Even if we all get married, we'll stick together.
We'll need a much bigger house.
Oh, sure, Rose. After lunch, you can pick up the lumber. Ma, you want to join us?
Nope. I gotta rest. I got a date tonight.
With whom?
The fancy man and I are going to the dog track.
Your home we're talking about here. And it's more than just a home. It's memories, Dorothy. This is where I live with my husband. It's my past. And it's my future as I move on toward middle age. It's all I have.
You're right, Blanche. It's a lot to ask.
I'm sorry, but it isn't. And I'm not dressed. Thank God.
Hi, neighbors. Welcome home.
Hi, Harry. What brings you here today?
You called me and told me you were here. So, I remember you asked me to save your mail for you while you were gone?
So I did. Thank you, Harry. You're just about the... just one of the Donaldson boys trying to sell us a newspaper subscription again.
Oh, those Donaldson kids won't take no for an answer.
Neither would their father at our 4th of July barbecue.
Hello, I'm Dr. Jonathan Newman.
Are you absolutely sure?
Joy. Are the batteries included? Hang on to your cannolis, because the 4 of us are going to be contestants on Grab That Dough.
Grab that Ma, do you mean that ridiculous game show where people humiliate themselves for the sake of...
It wasn't such a bad thing to do. The stuff tasted great, and Salvador decided to market it. At first, it didn't move so well. Linguine with ear salve on a menu doesn't look too appetizing. But once he changed the name to pesto sauce, it moved like hotcakes.
Ma, you're making...
Also, there was a great deal of trust that grew up between the writers and the actors and myself as a conduit between the two. And if something wasn't working on the stage, and I called up and said, this scene isn't working, you might want to look at it before a run-through, they didn't question, well, let us...
Sophia, maybe you should sit down.
I am sitting.
You know what? I'm going to make you a nice pot of coffee.
Don't panic, I'm fine. I haven't had that much. Besides, you think I'd ruin Roberta's milestone birthday?
Milestone? She's 88.
Right. After 80, every year with those. Not a sound.
Well, it never seemed to warrant one.
Yeah. Do you talk?
I've always wanted to, but at that point, it seems that nobody is ever interested in conversation.
Not conversation. I mean, dirty talk.
Gotta go.
Wait a minute. Where are you going? I thought you were staying till the end of the week.
Well, I just got a call for a gig in New Orleans, and this time I don't have to wear a tie.
Good luck to you, sweetheart. And you call me when you get there.
I will.
Well, at least I stood up for my principles.
This is the proudest I've been of you in my whole life.
Thanks, Ma.
Can you believe it? My whole life, and this is the proudest I've ever been. I'm depressed. I need a cookie.
All the time. I mean, it's very common. Look at John Derek and Ursula Andress. John Derek and Linda Evans. John Derek and Bo Derek. You know, maybe it's not so common. Maybe it's just one guy who gets around a lot.
I bet if older men knew how ridiculous they look with younger women, they wouldn't do it.
Well, they don't.
Wow, thank you.
We're so very, very proud of you.
And Dorothy tells us your friend Barbara Thomas was very proud of you, too.
Yes? Dorothy Zborn?
Yes?
My name is Bert Nesbitt. I'm looking for Mario Sanchez. The school's...
I'll make it up to you, Dorothy, I promise. Listen, if there's ever a night where you can't sleep, I'll come to your room and sing Kumbaya.
Rose, I don't know what to say. Yes, I do. Don't ever do that.
Well, Rose, my fear, honey, but I just haven't, and performing is a nightmare for me.
Hey, we've all got our sad stories. Look, Blanche, we've practiced for 6 weeks. We've paid for our costumes. We told everybody we'd be there. Now, you're not going to wimp out on me. You're going to go to that recital.
See you. Nice to see you. What a lovely surprise. Welcome to our little convent. Not even a bunk cake, huh?
Look at you, a nun. I didn't think I'd be shocked like this. It's just that you look so different, you know, than when Blanche is dressed as a nun. Now, do you think you can ever forgive me?
I don't know. I have to think about it.
I understand.
Okay, I thought about it. I forgive you.
Blanche, thank you.
Oh, what the heck? That's what friendship's all about.
Oh, look, it's a letter from my friends, Philomena and Dominic Bosco back in Sicily.
Oh.
They're visiting Miami and they're bringing their daughter, Gina.
Who are they?
Oh, well, Gina and I were born within minutes of each other at the same hospital in Brooklyn. That's when Ma became friendly with Philomena, before the family moved back to Sicily.
Will the Boscos be
Old as you are and still be in the business. Well, good luck.
I've never felt so good and so cheap in my whole life.
Devil you. I just figured out what's going on here.
Blanche.
You were sore at me for inviting your friend without asking you, so you hired this guy to come over and teach me a lesson.
If you let me.
Aren't you still 2 pounds below the limit?
Yeah, boy, I hate being small.
Hey, being small isn't all bad. Take it from someone who knows.
You mean you?
You see Billy Barty sitting here? There are big advantages to being small. One, you never outgrow your clothes.
Charlie made me dress him when he had his heart attack before the paramedics got there.
But he wasn't dressed?
We were making love.
Oh, Rose, honey, you never told me. He died while you were making love?
Well, he didn't die then. He had his heart attack then.
For the underoos. And Spider-Man scared the hell out of my doctor.
I'm not writing to Phil. I'm just jotting down some things that I want to say to the president.
Oh, Dorothy, you're not going to make a scene, are you?
Oh, hey, come on, give me a little credit. I mean, it's not like I'm some kind of hothead.
Please, I put
3 wise men in the nativity scene at Burdine's were wearing Ralph Lauren ski parkas.
Catch me, catch me, catch me!
Let me take a wild guess. You didn't expect us home this early.
Dorothy Rose, I'd like you to meet...
Blanche, last weekend you ate so many pudding pops, you could have built the Eiffel Tower from the sticks.
That is not what I meant. I meant everything just hangs on me.
Of course it does. That's why you have to cover it with a dress.
Blanche, not now.
If not now, when?
Blanche Devereaux.
Wait. You haven't established a motive.
You want a motive? I'll give you a motive. That woman gave Kendall her room key. I saw her do it. Her plan was to seduce him to...
You here for a reason, or did you just come for the free food?
Ma, please, the man is a guest in our home. What the hell do you want, Stanley?
Well, it seems the IRS found a few discrepancies in my tax returns, so I think we may have a slight problem.
Stanley, we have not been together for a long time. Mr. Belvedere is a humble servant. Stanley, you're a horse's ass.
Hey, big guy. Everybody, this is Dr. Jerry.
Dr. Jerry. Oh, it must be great having just one name.
Get your bunny nose out of my butt.
Let's just get some sleep.
Good night, Ma. Good night, Mo. Good night, Lowry.
I'm not going to be able to sleep. I'm on the wrong side of the bed.
Well, I usually...
You two dressed like that?
Well, these are our costumes for the play, Dorothy. We were in the middle of dress rehearsal when they told us all to go home right away.
There's a hurricane heading for Miami.
You know, I think I will take a slice of cake. Hello.
Uncle Angelo, I'd like you to meet,
I'm going to have a baby.
And if it's a boy, she can name it after its father, Rick, Joe, Bob, Don, Dave.
I don't get it. We've done everything to get them in the mood. Music, soft lighting. What else can... You may never get to hear my story.
then I'm wrong. It isn't a no-win situation.
I was still in high school at the time, and I was having an affair with a very handsome exchange student named Jean-Pierre Fontainebleau.
You could die before you get the bottle open.
What's the matter, honey? Aren't you feeling well?
Oh, just a little achy, that's all.
Achy? What kind of achy? Head achy? Stomach achy? Back achy? What achy?
Dorothy, relax. It's probably just a little cold. She'll be all right.
Yes, but I won't. I hear a story about somebody catching a cold and I...
Chief makeover artist in the cosmetic department at Bamberger's.
Angela, this has to end. You know, I don't think the family even knows what the fight was about.
I'll tell you what it was about. Your mother hates me. I'm sorry, Dorothy. I've been invited to your mother's house twice in the past 26 years.
Make him the cutest that I've ever seen. Give him the word that I'm not a rover. And tell him that his lonesome nights are over. Mr. Sandman, I'm so alone.
Oh, you guys really stick.
For you, you let me know, huh?
Well, you know, actually, I do have an idea for a new video game.
Really?
Yeah. See, there's this very old white-haired mother who keeps talking and talking and talking. And there are all these different ways to kill her.
Hey, that remedy's been in our family for generations.
And it always works?
Always. Of course, I never saw anyone eat it before. Usually, you just throw a glop on the vaporizer.
Oh, Rose.
To the wedding, and Pussycat, they need me.
Ma, I need you.
No, you need to be married now. Alone. Frankly, I think I was in the way the first time.
Oh, no, you weren't. Yes, you were.
Dorothy, it's time to leave the nest, and I think I've given you the
Empty, lonely, solar-heated waterbed.
No need to say a word. I understand. Here you go, honey.
Dorothy, wait. Chrissy, there is nothing to discuss.
Oh, but Stickman. I mean, the girl flew all the way from...
Be proud of Dorothy for something, but I'm not going to kill myself if that day never comes.
But my parents called me Twinkle Toes.
I called Dorothy Bigfoot. That doesn't mean she has to make tracks all over the Northwest.
What Ma is trying to say is that she loves me for what I am.
That's right.
They weren't druid priests at all. Just a bunch of Shriners looking for a good time. All creatures must learn to coexist. Back where I come from, they do. That's why the brown bear and the field mouse can...
I'm going to sleep. I don't know how long I've got, but I deserve better company in my final years.
Good night, Ma. Now, you know, Rose, I think Blanche has the right idea, marrying some...
How did you ever pull that off?
I work in the public school system. It's not that different from this.
Oh, Blanche, Blanche, I'm sorry I yelled at you. I
that's all right.
apologize.
No, don't you worry about it. I think we're all on edge.
This has to be the biggest disappointment of my life.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I'd continue seeing him. Blanche Devereaux has never shared a man.
Or a pizza.
And what does that mean, you wrinkled old crow?
It means Fidel is interested in more than just a cheap thrill. He also wants a mind.
Oh, yeah? Well, we'll see about that.
You're on, baby.
Firm, Rose. I'm not going to let her go to the prom.
I never will forget back in high school in biology class when we were studying the octopus.
Now, I swear I meant to say...
Didn't? Oh, really? Well, I have it on videotape. Would you like to see it? Get out.
Rose, you sounded so strange on the phone. Is something wrong? Tell me.
Well, why don't we sit down first?
What?
Sit down. Can I fix you some breakfast, honey?
No, thanks. Oh, I just feel terrible. If I'm gonna spend the night tossing and turning, at least I want to wake up smelling like aftershave.
Ella, you've got lots of spirit, just like your beautiful mama.
Thank you.
This has gone far enough.
What's gone far
I was talking to her. Look, from now on, she'll be Ma number 1, and you're Ma number 2. I think I'm slowly going out of my mind.
All right. Enough. Tomorrow, I'll go to the hospital and have a blood...
Firm, Rose. I'm not going to let her go to the prom.
I never will forget back in high school in biology class when we were studying the octopus.
Now, I swear I meant to say...
How did you ever pull that off?
I work in the public school system. It's not that different from this.
Oh, Blanche, I'm sorry I yelled at you.
Oh,
I
that's all right.
apologize.
No, don't you worry about it. I think we're all on edge.
This has to be the biggest disappointment of my life.
Yes.
Yeah. We thought you were in your bedroom. Where have you been?
We're staying.
Stan.
Yes, we had the most wonderful time. I'll tell you all about it in the morning.
But Blanche, this is the morning.
Well, so it is. So it is.
Lots of luck.
Thanks.
Frank,
Dorothy, what are you doing here?
I had a little free time between classes.
So you just drove 18 miles across town?
Okay, so I wanted to talk to you. I didn't want to wait until Thursday. The thought that... Got up and put your hair on.
Yes, dear. Wendell, if I may call you Wendell, did I mention the fact that I'm a member of the Rainbow Coalition?
Oh.
Mr. and Mrs. Zborn, may I remind you that as an employee of the Internal Revenue Service, it is my sole obligation to see that the government gets all the money.
Dozen words.
No.
All right, I'll get you a picture. Now move. Hey, that sign says no soliciting. Come back here and I'll blow your head off. Capiche?
I'll get it.
Pussycat, I have another hypothetical.
You can do that when you're just good friends?
Hey, I want to get in good with St. Peter. I don't want his job.
You know, me and Esther and you and Salvador, we were all good together.
The best.
Decorator. Nancy Reagan's decorator. That'd kill my sister.
She's your sister. How can you hate your sister?
Because she made me and my big sister Charmaine miserable our entire lives.
I never heard of such a thing.
You never heard of anybody hating their sister?
Never.
Maybe front page.
Notice that the dagger was found to the left of the victim. A throat A throat is almost always cut from behind.
Not part of the show, people, not part of the show.
Of our friendship, and I don't know what to do about it.
Face it, Dorothy. Blanche and Rose are limited.
Well, I admit I get tired of hearing about Blanche's dates and Rose's relatives back in St. Olaf, but they are very good friends.
Well, if you like them, I must have overlooked something.
It's 12 when he stopped. He wanted to come home from school at lunchtime. I got nothing left up here.
Oh, my.
Well, she's gone.
I'm glad he didn't die alone on the street, but here, with a caring person, doing what he liked to do best.
You let a plumber get away?
We don't need him.
Like hell. I'm going after him.
Come on, Dorothy, let's move this little beauty.
Okay. Oh, wait. No, honey, she won't budge. Oh, Rose, I don't think we're going to be...
Self-portrait, so interesting.
You're here.
Yes.
Gee, out of 3 noses, why did you keep the biggest?
All the galleries make the same mistake. They've hung it upside down.
Oh, then those aren't noses. Elmer Fudd was chasing Bugs, and he stuck his gun down a hole in the ground that Bugs had painted.
Excuse me, Rose. Blanche, could I see the rule book? Thank you.
What say we call it a night?
Stop and watch.
Oh, come on. Now, what is going on? Why are you guys on this sudden exercise kick?
The Harlan twins have asked Rose and me to spend next weekend with them.
Cruising in the Bahamas.
Oh, so you're trying to lose weight.
Oh, more than lose weight, Dorothy. We're giving ourselves a total makeover.
It was 8.
So?
It's happened to all of us, sweetheart, and we've all survived.
Never happened to me.
Oh, come on, Blanche. What, you were never rejected?
Well, once, but just once.
By who?
Wait, what?
Sophia!
There.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
You traveled 5,000 miles from Sicily for nothing? I know what it is. The Balducci Petrillo vendetta is still on. Dorothy, go out and buy a dozen mattresses, 30 pounds of pasta, and some aluminum foil for the windows.
There is no vendetta. There's not even a Balducci.
Hello? Frank's Flowers? Hey, Frank! Sophia Petrillo here. Listen, I decided the price you quoted me on those centerpieces is too high, so I thought maybe we could make a deal. Now, my daughter is single. What do you mean, is she easy? You're talking about my flesh, and what's wrong with a mother wanting to hold her child? Dorothy, do this for me. Sit on my lap.
Well, if you're sure,
Taking this old inner tube, wrapping it in wool, and putting it next to Thor's bed at night. We named it Brunhilde. And believe it or not, it did the trick. Thor felt like he was back with his mother, and he began eating and sleeping and frolicking. Yes. But then one day, Thor got a little playful and...
Okay, Blanche.
I don't know why you all are so stingy with your ice cubes. They are free, aren't they?
Blanche.
Ernie, you notice how I keep interrupting you. It's because I don't want to hear what you're going to tell me. He called and canceled again, didn't he?
Sorry, Blanche.
Oh.
He told me to buy you anything you'd like.
Really? Well, then get out your phone book and open it to the jewelry section.
Pleasure. Wow, what a hump.
I know. Eat your hearts out.
Blanche, did it ever occur to you that possibly Rose or I might be interested in Jake?
Yes.
And you still used every cheap ploy to nab him before we had a chance?
Yeah.
Then this is all a big show. I am sure that under all these smiles, you people have to be aware that life can be pretty miserable sometimes. Come on, Melanie.
I am
sorry you feel that way, but at least be open enough to hear what we have to say.
Fine.
I think everybody back out now. That'll mean our fears have conquered us. And I will not allow that. We are going to march out that door right now like the strong, confident women I know we are. Chins up, chests out, buttocks tight. I know buttocks tight has nothing to do with it. It just looks good. Buttocks tight. I said, after all. Say, would you like to have this?
Really?
Oh, wait. You ought to have it. After all, you're his son.
I can beat that too.
Oh, what?
No, I can't. That's pretty bad. Oh, that felt good. It's been a bad week.
It'll get better. Hi, Ma.
Read it and weep.
A driver's license? Ma, how did you get this?
Hard work and determination. If you put your mind to it, you can do anything.
Look, Ma, I absolutely forbid you to drive a car.
Ooh, look, Dorothy, I'm shaking.
Happy birthday, Dorothy.
I'm sorry I missed that one. I would love to have been there, but I was...
At the home, we know, Ma.
How's the cake coming, Sophia?
Beautiful. I got every...
Why don't you find me attractive?
Are you kidding? Blanche, you're one of the most attractive women I've ever met.
But 5 days, 5 days. You haven't laid a finger on me. You haven't tried to sleep with me once.
Sleep with you on the 5th date? Boy, talk about your fast track in the 90s.
There was some live entertainment with dessert.
Have you any requests?
How about bye-bye Birdie?
You know, I'm old. Sometimes I get confused, so I want to make sure I have this absolutely right. Rose works in a place where they help people with mental problems?
That's right, Ma.
Anybody know how...
Hi there.
Rose, here are the poems I was going to read. Look, why don't you look them over and we'll discuss them the next time we're all together, hmm?
So long.
Bye, Blanche.
Actually, I was describing the evening.
Yeah, Burnett. Miles Weber. I just heard about the cheese man on...
That's how it's really done.
It's going to be a long afternoon. This is so depressing.
We haven't had a customer. And I want you to know that poor, sick, helpless pig in there appreciates what you're doing, too. I'm going to look in on Baby. You're the best friends I've ever had in my life.
I feel terrible.
I feel miserable.
Let's go shopping.
America.
Magda, how can you be such an expert on America when you've only been here a few days?
I know that communist system is more fair.
How can you say that? People all over the world are realizing that communism doesn't work.
It worked for me. I had automatic can opener, I had toaster, and I was very near top of the list to...
Hello? Is this Miss Beatty? I beg your pardon? Well, do you have a brother, Al? I see. Well, I must have the wrong number. I'm sorry.
Wrong number.
Right number, wrong...
We'll be with you in a moment.
Thank you.
Well, here we are.
Yes, Rose. Here we are.
You know, it's kind of nice not having to holler your order into the clown's mouth.
Anyway, you'll never guess what happened.
I'm sitting in this bar in Nairobi when who do I see? My roommate from Harvard. He had decided to go someplace exotic where he didn't know a soul either.
This is the hardest thing I've ever tried to say to anybody.
You can't marry me.
Not now. Not yet. Listen, why don't you call up the kids and tell them they're spending tonight with their daddy? And then, after a while, if you said... Women should always check their cars at night before they get in them.
Blanche, that's a wonderful idea. I was just going to shine it under my chin to make myself look scarier. I am really afraid. I'm going to call the police.
Well, that's a good idea, honey. Better safe than
In
sorry.
World War I, she told us mustard gas was something you got from eating too many hot dogs. That's why, to this day in St. Olaf, everyone celebrates the 4th of July with a thin omelet on a bun.
What do you say, after we fire Marguerite, we each...
Went to get a jacket.
Thank you, Rose.
You know, we are so excited about what you two are doing. I'm sure it's going to turn out great.
Oh, I wish I was so sure.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm having second thoughts.
About what?
Well, when I met Blanche, I thought she would be the perfect model for the piece I had in mind. You know, sexy, sassy, exciting. But now...
You found an apartment?
Yeah, I went down to the Senior Citizen Center this morning for the early bird special. You know, decaf coffee, sodium-free bacon, and a chest x-ray. On the bulletin board, I saw some advertisements for roommates. So I picked out a few places, and I found one I liked.
But isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, my new roommate will be here in
Big. Hey, you were no great looker when I brought you home from the hospital. I loved you anyway.
Oh, well, he sure is cute. Come here, baby. Oh, I haven't had a pig as a pet since I was a little girl.
Just forget that, Rose. I want that filthy beast out of my house now.
Fine. Ma, well, all she saw was the woman she loved growing old and wrinkled in a wheelchair.
Just goes to show how different one generation can be from another.
Absolutely.
I'll see.
Well, what y'all want to do now?
Blanche, honey, how are you?
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're probably pretty uncomfortable right now, but in a few days you'll be feeling fine, Blanche. Mm-hmm.
Juilliard.
You need a purse to go to Juilliard?
You understood more when he spoke Spanish, didn't you, Rose?
Well, frankly, I don't understand much either. Peppy, why didn't you tell us all this when Sophia first brought you home?
I was afraid you'd back out of the deal.
I didn't think you could be a little patient, Jamie.
Look, I know things move kind of slow here at Sunnybrook Farm, but we do have a plane to catch.
Into the kitchen.
What?
You heard me. Into the kitchen right now.
If I'm married again, I'd want a picture of my new husband. And the candlesticks Mama gave me.
Rose,
And
it's a coffin, not a condo.
this is a very depressing conversation.
Well, I want a fancy funeral. I want a big parade with a riderless horse. Just get new heroes. I am going to be a model. There I was, sitting at the lunch counter, and just like Miss Lana Turner, I was discovered. Well, not exactly like Miss Lana Turner.
You mean she was sipping a soda and you were scarfing down your usual lumberjack breakfast?
Oh, Rose.
A dream.
Well, pardon me while I play the grand piano.
Dorothy hates me.
Oh, Blanche, that's not true.
Oh, yes, it is. And I hate her right back double. Now, get me some cream.
Morning, Dorothy. Blanche and I were just having some coffee. Would you care to join us?
Frankly, Rose, I would rather use Willie Nelson.
Well, you're the damn liar. Why, I wouldn't sleep with you if you were the last man in creation. Now, why did you lie?
Well, the reason
Why?
is I was trying.
Why?
It all started.
Why?
Nobody ever listens to me.
Quit whining, you wimp, and tell me why you lied.
That is the reason. Nobody ever listens to me. They never have. I'm a wimp, just like you.
Well, Rose, isn't that sweet? And I do love you for it, honey, but I just couldn't. I could never fit this trim little body into that big old tent of a dress they're gonna have to make for you.
See you, buddy.
She bought this dog. She bought a poodle.
You're looking awfully pale. Are you all right?
I was just thinking, how important is it to fulfill your life's...
I just had a thought.
Congratulations.
Maybe we should sign Mary up for some natural childbirth classes.
You know, that's not a bad idea. I wish I'd known about them when I was pregnant. I didn't know what to do except scream at Stan never to touch me again and call him every name in the book.
Au revoir. Oh, hello, Sophia.
Hello, Eddie. Oh, Eddie, I never noticed that beauty mark on your neck.
What beauty mark?
That one.
Clayton is a hobo?
No, Dorothy.
This is little Rose right here.
I will inform the press we're about to begin.
This is so embarrassing.
Don't you worry about it. Now, look, we'll just let Linda read your letter. Nobody will be the wiser. Come on, Linda.
Is it all right, Mrs. Nyland?
Gee, I don't know. I guess so.
Good. I was afraid I wouldn't get my moonbeam badge because you said a sunshine.
Is that kick me hard sign a fashion statement?
Another one? No, this isn't what you think.
Excuse us.
How much longer are you planning on staying in town, Biff?
Hard to tell.
Well, I'm going to keep my eye on you.
The sun was mighty hot today, wasn't it, Joe?
You just made a bid.
Oh.
You did this.
I have 35, thank you. Who gives me
Great. Dorothy.
Well, relax, Blanche. It's only $30.
Oh, it's $30,000.
30,000 just for doing this?
I have 35. Who give me 40?
What did you do?
Blanche, what do you say?
I say go and have a good time.
Oh, thank you.
Blanche, that was sweet of you.
Well, Dorothy's a good friend. Besides, who knows? Maybe this guy will turn out to be cute.
Angel of mercy.
Well, I didn't know he was going to pick that precise hour to die. How could I know that?
Well, he was in a coma.
Oh, he'd been in a coma for days. The fact is, I happen to be very good with sick people. I was once a candy stripper.
Bear.
Yeah, the bear dream.
I hated that dream.
A bear is eating you. What's to love? You were so cute. You were always so polite when you woke me. Mommy, I'm having a bad dream.
You are not going anywhere. Dr. Clayton is coming.
Dr. Silvano was my doctor.
Dr. Silvano is dead.
Trust me, I'm in better shape than he is. Goodbye.
Ma, you have to have an examination. Now, your blood pressure is up. You're tired. You have absolutely no color.
I'm an old white woman. I'm not supposed to have colors.
Oh, what am I going to do? Listen, girls, don't one of you have a story about some man who wouldn't sleep with you?
Dolly, I sure don't.
Stop it.
I have a story that'll end all stories.
Oh, Rose, please.
Sweetheart, I came as soon as I could.
Things got out of hand down at the dock. I'm fine.
Don't worry. I called Ken. He's parking the car.
Oh, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Ken is going to save us. Everybody, did you hear that? We'll be out of here in no time. You are not the kind of person I want as a friend. Why don't you go to the Mortimer Club by yourself?
I don't understand.
Let me spell it out for you. Go to hell.
Truly, we'd really like you to stay with us for the next 48 hours.
Please, for half the price, I could go to Club Med, get a nicer room, better food, and not be forced to pee in a Dixie cup. Is there a draft in here? Oh, whoa! Talking about
Blanche's date.
He turned me down again. I'm just devastated.
Oh, come on now, Blanche. You said yourself you didn't find him that attractive anymore.
That's not the point, Dorothy. The point is to Blanche Devereaux, sexuality and attractiveness are two very important things. They are Blanche Devereaux. You're making this up.
I am not. My grandfather told me that story. Of course, he also used to call me by my sister's name. And sometimes he'd wear his underwear on the outside of his pants. I guess he wasn't a very... I'm probably the most patient person you know. Go ahead, try to think of somebody else. I'll wait.
You tell me honestly, you don't think there's something lacking in this relationship?
No. I think you're a kind, generous, caring man. As far as this physical...
Whatever happens, I love you.
He died. Well, he did die, in fact. Then at the cemetery, Beatrice Lundqvist, his wife, kept screaming, "He's alive! He's alive! I can hear him from the grave." Well, everybody thought it was the hallucinations of a grieving widow, so they sedated her. But when she
And just like that, it stopped. Mind over matter. You can do the same thing, Rose.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, come on. Of course you can. You just have to think positively.
That's right. Listen, why don't you go to your room right now and start working on your speech, and then after a while you can try it out in front of me and Dorothy, okay?
Okay.
Yes, go on. Go on, Rose.
Where are they, Rose? Hiding in the shower?
She means a lot of people have probably croaked in here.
I know what she means, Ma. I just don't need to hear it the night before surgery.
Come on, don't be such a baby. I had my appendix out in the hospital in Sicily. That was rough.
Bad girl. I'm a bad girl.
Rose.
She's a bad girl.
Look, Rose, we have to talk. Please, sit down a second.
Oh, I don't deserve to sit.
Rose, what are you talking about?
Oh, Dorothy, you can't see my dark side.
21, and they still don't come to you because they think you weren't there for them. I have a pretty tough time living with that, you know. And I just intend to make damn sure that if the time ever comes, there's going to be somebody there for Emily. But you could eat breakfast off her. Then the two of us would... Rose, when did you get in? Girls, I'm just so glad you're still up. Wait till I tell you about my date.
Wait till I tell you about my discovery.
Let's hear it.
It came to me when I was enjoying my second cup of Ovaltine.
Richard flew me to Atlanta for dinner in his private jet.
You're kidding. And that's when it hit me. We don't even need our sludge tube.
If I like him, I give him the wrong directions. Have any visitors today?
Mom and Dad were by this morning. They brought comic books.
I never let my boy Phil read comic books. Of course, when he was 16, we shared an underwear drawer.
Did you bring me anything today?
Blanche, you do realize you're in the minority on this.
Sophia, did you finish your shopping today?
Yeah, just about. It's unbelievable how much things cost nowadays. I just spent $89 for a doll for my granddaughter.
Ma, you had $89?
Don't be ridiculous.
Nice robe. Why don't I put you down for an extra session this week?
Look, Carol, it's nice to see you, but this is really a rather personal matter.
Oh, don't worry. Richie tells me about all his cases.
That isn't true, is it, Richie?
Don't worry, I tell her things in very...
In that case, bacon and eggs.
Girls, I just don't know what I am going to do about Mr. Ted Tanner.
If the man wants to colorize movies, let him colorize movies. It's show business, for God's sake.
Blanche, we said we weren't going to do this.
Well, what else can we do? We never held a real conversation our entire lives.
Well, then it's time for us to start, okay?
Fine with me.
To us, to the beginning of a new and wonderful relationship, to sisters.
That's very sweet.
You know, you told me that I'm your favorite.
Please, what favorite? Are you kidding? I thought I was dying. Favorite?
And you remember that time Big Daddy caught us skinny dipping with those boys?
And you told him it was our Bible study group just practicing baptizing.
It would have worked, too, if you hadn't come up screaming, "Hey, y'all, things look bigger underwater."
We could do both jobs at the same time, but everyone hated Minky. Well, he seemed to take great pleasure in giving other people pain. They hated him so much that nobody ever went to the dentist or the library. In 1938, you could tell if someone was from St. Olaf. They were illiterate and they had teeth that looked like Indian corn.
I'll need something to wash it down, and a twist of lemon would be nice.
It was our pleasure, Jamie.
See y'all.
Well, Blanche, I love the girls, but they don't seem as old as you said.
It's the lighting.
Charming man. And so handsome. Oh, as they say in St. Olaf, wish and blow out those candles before Mr. Hickenlooper has the entire volunteer fire brigade up here pumping water on my clean kitchen floor. I swear that man will look for any excuse to make that siren sound through his nose. Inga Lundqvist told me just this last week. I know. Shut up, Rose, and blow out your...
Blanche's bed is next to the X-15 at the Space and Aviation Museum.
Would you be interested in going to an outdoor concert tonight?
Oh, you couldn't drag me out of this house tonight. St. Elsewhere's on. That's my favorite program. I never miss it.
You still watch... We're talking about the aliens from outer space.
Oh, those aliens. Get out, both of you.
Dorothy, now have a heart. Rose and I rented that movie Aliens, and it just scared us half to death.
Scared me, too. That Sigourney Weaver's a sweet girl, but she really shouldn't go without makeup.
I don't have time for that.
Rose. Oh, Rose. Grow up. Sophia. Lady in Boca Raton. It's the only one.
And somebody told me he just bought a farm. Oh, my God, what'll I say to her?
That he died in the bed of an idiot.
Ma. You tell the truth.
Well, I can't tell her the truth. I can't tell her where he died.
Nicest thing that you have ever said to me.
It is?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're probably right. Most of the time when I compliment you, I'm not being sincere. But I really meant that last one, I swear.
Look, Blanche, the rusty anchor is not worth risking our friendship over. If you want...
Over here is Dorothy Zborn. And we just want you to know how excited we are that an artist of your stature is going to be performing in our little theater.
Ladies, there are no small theaters, no small parts, only small actors.
Like Hervé Villachez.
I was speaking metaphorically.
Is Sonny Venuccio there? He is? Sorry, wrong number.
Sophia, does this still have to do with that vendetta business?
Blanche, don't even discuss it with her. The whole thing is ridiculous.
Dorothy, this vendetta is a very real thing. It goes to the root of my soul as home.
I guess that's what Christmas is all about. Oh, I'm really looking forward to it.
I guess we all are.
Hey, maybe we ought to get some rest. You know, we have a big day ahead of us tomorrow.
Don't forget, I have to work in the morning, and you girls are going to have to pick me up on the way to the airport.
Oh, no problem, honey.
Coming to bed, Ma?
I thought Thorndike.
Oh, she's a local novelist whose stories are all set in Florida.
Wait a second. Barbara Thorndike. Didn't she write Evil Wind over Pensacola?
Oh, you know it?
No, and I go to bed with it every night.
Well, what's it about?
How the hell should I know? My mattress frame lost a caster. I use it to keep the bed level.
Come again?
I wasn't going to say anything about this, Dorothy, but I won't be able to sleep until I do. I feel that you have backed me into a corner. And when I am backed into a corner, I come out fighting like a wildcat. Unless I've had too much to drink, in which case I slide...
As a doornail. Dead, dead, dead.
Coffee? Rose? How can you be so cheery? It's a terrible thing.
Come on, she was 89 and she died in her sleep.
She fell asleep driving the bookmobile.
People are given these messages very early in life, usually by their parents. In your case, my guess is the mother.
Guess again, oh special one. Is it my fault she got knocked up at 19, married a loser that...
Look, to me, this...
Good night.
Ma, I am not gay. I just wanted to get your reaction.
I'll tell you the truth, Dorothy. If one of my kids was gay, I wouldn't love him one bit less. I would wish him all the happiness in the world.
It's because you're the greatest mother in the world. Having to
Hold on, Dorothy. This is a joke, isn't it? He didn't really pick you over me.
Oh, Blanche, I didn't even want the part, but Jason said I have presents.
Listen, I really have to go to work.
He actually picked you over me. I do not believe this. I have been had.
I know.
Really great in front of company.
Hi, girls. What time does Clayton get here?
Oh, any minute now.
Oh, we better put out the welcome mat.
We don't have a welcome mat.
What about the one Dorothy says is at the foot of your bed?
This is wonderful.
No, it is not wonderful, Dorothy. I was lying in bed eating, and if I don't get up and walk around, I'm going to become as big as a hippo. And life, if I can still call it that, has to go on in one form or the other, so here I am. I'll just spend my remaining years in the company of women. Only reason I'm sticking around is to read Danielle Steele's next book. Studied all day and all night, and whenever I felt like giving up, I would just think about what kind of man you really are, and I'd study even harder. In fact, you made me so mad, I decided to get an A on this test come hell or high water, and I think I did. I, sir, am a lady. Maybe not the smartest lady in the world, but I do know that my self-respect is more...
Ma, come on. If it's licensed by the state, your friend will be just fine there.
You don't understand. It's where people wind up when they can't afford a place like Shady Pines. It's the bottom of the barrel. I have to see if Lillian is okay.
Well, wait, Ma, wait. If it'll make you feel better, I'll take you.
Oh, good. Now, while we're... Excuse me again.
I can't believe it. I am going to be a grandfather. Think about it. Part of me is going to be passed on to that child.
Well, I'm sure we'll learn to love it anyway. Did you leave something burning on the stove?
What? I don't think so.
It was nothing. Well, bottoms up.
Yeah, well, she's not getting mine.
She's not out of monkey stand. She's out of money. Come on, let's go.
Out of money, is she? Well, how ironic. You're broke and I have all the money I want. Not to mention my self-respect.
Born to act. I've given some of my best performances on the stage.
And what about this little lady? I bet her daddy is very proud of her.
Oh, she doesn't have a daddy, do you, sweetheart?
Really? Well, she has a very talented mother.
How do you know?
I just saw her act.
Oh.
Joanne Pescatori. She's coming to Miami for a visit.
Joanne Pescatori. Didn't she own that little candy store down the street from us in Brooklyn?
That was Jeanette Pasadano.
Oh. Then who was Joanne Pescatori?
How the hell should I know? This letter's for Rose.
Ma, why are you reading Rose's mail? This. Now, I have my education exam tomorrow morning.
You mean you're kicking us out?
Rose, I have to study.
That's my Dorothy. Always with her nose in a book. Unlike your brother Phil, who was always with his nose in the dirty clothes hamper.
I cannot believe you would be so cold-blooded as to cast out your two dearest friends.
Oh, it must be at least 103, and the mall was impossible.
Did you get something for the grandchildren?
Oh, please. You know, Robbie wants a Batman hat. I went to 6 different stores. They were all sold out. I finally went to one store where they had one hat left, and another woman saw it. Oh, I can't.
Your infestation profile is threefold. You have silverfish and water bugs in the drainage areas, and under the baseboard structure, you have Blattaria andropolis.
Did you hear that, Rose? The president of Greece lives under our baseboard.
Blattaria andropolis is a cockroach.
Maybe he'll be voted out next election.
What do you... Ma, forget it, forget it. The dog is all yours.
Oh, come on.
Why is there a big hairy beast in my house?
My guess is because he bought you dinner.
Well, Blanche, I gotta run.
Oh, well, thank
The one who had her nose done. Oops, sorry, Rose.
I don't believe you two kept that secret from me. Rose, why didn't you tell me?
Well, you're always so critical about those kinds of things.
I am not.
I'm sorry.
How much did it cost you?
$700.
Boy, you were gypped. Give him to you. He's yours.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Devereaux. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Mrs. Nyland.
Hi, Daisy. Bye, Daisy. That was Daisy, wasn't it?
Yes. She's been helping out the entire time you've been gone. It's just so inspiring the way those Sunshine Cadets volunteer for community.
And then one day, suddenly, Pee-wee disappeared. Well, we docked in Sicily, and I was going through customs, and I noticed a strange odor coming from my suitcase. I thought it was the veal shank that I was bringing over for Mother's Day. But when the customs man opened the suitcase...
Thought my appearing out of nowhere would have been more than you could handle.
Well, shouldn't it be up to me to decide what I can and can't handle?
No, Rose. Not up to me either. It's up to the man who brought us together today.
The intern in the paper shoes?
No, Rose. The Lord Almighty. Oh.
Great American.
I woke you up, didn't I? And I better have a good reason. Well,
Out in the morning. That's why the toilets don't get the attention they probably deserve.
Well, then everything was just a misunderstanding, and Norman really did dump me for a fat woman.
No kidding, fatter than you?
I hate to burst your bubble, but I just wanted to...
The point is the two of you are going to be very happy together.
Yeah, but Dorothy, you don't think we're being crazy?
Of course you are. You're crazy and wonderful, the way you should be. Like Puck says in A Midsummer Night's Dream when it comes to love. Oh, Lord, what fools these mortals be.
Oh, Dorothy.
sure it is.
No, it's okay, Rose.
No, No, it is important. What's the matter?
I've rewritten this thing 3 times, and the most persuasive slogan I can come up with is, "Save our swamps. No, really, we mean it."
I like it.
Oh, no, you don't.
No, I don't.
Sounds like I'm...
Girls, maybe we don't even need to worry about our bodies. At the counseling center, we teach people that changing their dispositions can sometimes be just as effective in making a good impression.
Oh, Rose, if you're thinking of one of those personality-enhancing exercises, you're forgetting we tried that already once, too.
And I'll never try
Don't you
that
remember?
again.
Have any talent for the talent show? The whole thing's going to be a disaster. I'll be the laughing stock of the ladies' auxiliary.
Would it help if I got Bob Hope to be our MC?
How are you going to get Bob Hope?
Easy. He's my father.
About.
How do you know that?
When you reach my age, you get pretty good at spotting the 12 warning signs of death.
What are they?
Number 1, your children start visiting during the week. Number 2, your doctor won't let you post-date a check.
Rose, aren't you forgetting something? We haven't bowled our last frame yet. We can still win, and we will.
Unlike you were quite a pistol back in high school.
Well?
I'll bet you had a nickname.
I sure did. Tell her what it was, Rose.
Oh, no, it was your nickname. You tell her.
Oh, okay. It was Skipper.
Odd. Salvador, if you want to fool around, take off your T-shirt.
Heather, and Sunny Pastures is not doing its job. What are we gonna do?
I know what I'm going to do. Make Sunny Pastures do its job. I'm going to see the man who runs that place and give him a good what for. I can be pretty mean and pretty tough when I want to be. There's only one thing I'll need.
What, Dorothy?
My mother to come with me.
I couldn't eat another bite. I gotta tell you, even though you eat raw fish and you like to listen to a piano being tuned, I find you awfully cute.
Sophia, cuter.
Try to adapt to it. Rest when you need to, eat well, eliminate stress if you can. Right now, there is no cure and no one thing that relieves symptoms in everyone. Right now, I'm afraid you'll just have to live with it.
Oh, why didn't they tell me, all those doctors I saw?
I'm sure some of them weren't familiar with it. And the ones who have heard about it sometimes have.
I knew for sure that he wanted me. I'd always known that there'd been something between us. Sometimes from the pulpit, he'd be talking about sin. He'd look straight at me. We couldn't do anything about it because he was...
And they were nice enough to give me a ride home. Oh, by the way, Chuck says yo.
Chuck from Arco or Chuck from Shell?
Shell.
Big Chuck from Shell or little Chuck from Shell?
Blanche, I think you're spending too much time at the full-service island.
Caffeine, especially women our age, or our bones will get brittle and we'll walk all stupid.
That's calcium, Rose. Calcium, not caffeine. This is what has been keeping you awake.
You mean if I stop drinking that, I can sleep?
You may even blink again.
Why? Because he was such a strict disciplinarian?
No, because now I'd be a wealthy widow with my own place in Pebble Beach, so I wouldn't have to listen to that crap.
Florida. Hope you enjoyed your flight. Thank you for flying in Florida. I hope you enjoyed your flight.
Oh, I certainly did. And I want to especially thank you for that pillow from first class. They're so much fluffier.
Oh, you're welcome. But that was Julie. I'm the one that got you the Dramamine and the packs of Smokehouse almonds.
Can I? 3 different suitors beg her to stay. But she can't decide who to choose, so she chooses none of them. But she agrees to meet with them at the same resort many years later. To her trio of suitors, that eventful gathering was referred to as Rendezvous with Sophia.
Brains in your ascot? Where did you get the idea I was a wealthy widow?
Oh, Jerry Giordano.
I just told him that so he'd take me to bingo.
You are the wealthy widow?
I can't even keep a minimum balance in my checking account.
My regards to your lovely family.
I don't know what you're so upset about. I don't...
God, he's good.
Oh, excuse me. Have you seen Patrick?
Blanche, have you seen Patrick?
No. Who's the flower for?
Oh, it's for Patrick. I thought I'd give him a rose for good luck.
Presumably it was lost in the fire.
Maria was just out to get me. She was always jealous because I still had my own hair.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Petrillo. I have no choice but to bring you in on a charge of negligent arson.
My mother is 85 years old. I mean, surely
I'm sorry, the law recognizes no age limits.
Strong, confident, sophisticated man to appreciate you. But, honey, they're out there, wanting you as much as you want them.
I knew it had to be something like that. Thank you, Dorothy.
There really is one. An extra piece of the puzzle.
I'm the one who should be excited. Imagine these hands that once reached inside a chicken for a breech birth will soon grace the pages of a penny saver.
You've come along. What we're dealing with here, my mother bought this man at a bus stop.
Jab, left, jab, left.
Well, what are you doing? You don't know the first thing about boxing.
Please. I used to be known as the Don King of Sicily. Of course, I used to wear my hair differently then.
Blanche, honey, how are you?
Oh, you're probably pretty uncomfortable right now, but in a few days you'll be feeling fine, Blanche.
They're almost as far off on your age as you are. I wonder how this could have happened.
I know how it happened because I know who took that picture. Chugga Dietz, the obituary editor. I never dreamed when I dropped him he'd be so vindictive. 68! Can you believe that? 68!
You about the same thing. I'm not going.
What?
Don't faint, but you were right when you said I should go out and make new friends. So, I took your advice. I met some nice people at the center, and this weekend we're all going to Cancun. Looks like you and what's-his-name will have to go to the Bahamas without me.
You just met the...
Rose, I have a confession to make. Flying isn't the only thing I'm afraid of. I also have a fear of performing. In front of groups, that is.
I thought you went to dancing school.
Oh, that was different. That was
Fraser. Hey, great!
Blanche, what if he didn't steal the necklace?
Well, then we'll probably get married.
Please,
you
don't...
have to talk to Dorothy.
Rose, I can't.
I want to know what you're fighting
Look,
about.
Rose, it is no big deal.
Sweetheart, this doesn't involve you.
Well, look, I know.
To sit and feel sorry for myself, which is what I did all the time.
But you got better.
Yeah, because she stopped coddling me. She screamed, she hollered day and night. She made me do my therapy. She forced me to rebuild my life because she knew I could. And for that, I'll always be grateful.
Oh, thanks, Ma.
I only have one question. Afterglow.
So let's see if I've got this straight. You and this Max Weinstock were...
Getting it on.
Thank you.
If you're gonna write that down, make it 3 times a night. He'd like that.
Listen, sir, we don't want to give you any trouble here. You can have all our money.
No. I'm not here to rob anybody.
I'm Santa's helper, for God's sakes. Give me a break.
What's this all about?
I came here because I want...
Nice to know I have a friend like you who cares.
Dorothy, I have a confession to make. Rose didn't lose Fernando. I gave him to Daisy when she was helping out with the rummage sale.
Well, then there's no problem, honey. Just call Daisy and get Fernando back. She's a very sweet... Wait a minute, Ma. 3 of these people are dead.
Who are they gonna tell?
Hi.
Oh, hi, Blanche.
There you go.
Blanche, you've been gone 3 hours and you only got one guy to sign this petition?
Well, give me a chance to freshen up and change clothes.
Rose. Look, Rose,
This is my daughter, Dorothy. She's an English teacher.
And you are...
Linda Ronstadt. I'm doing the Pirates of Penzance across town.
You certainly wouldn't have worn those shoes with that dress.
Oh, now, just a minute here, Mr. DeKimmel. I see no reason for you to be insulting my friend Rose or her shoes. Oh, my Lord, look at those things. The Pilgrims landed in nicer shoes.
Yes, do forgive me, ladies. My
business. I will have you know that before you came to work here, honey, everything was my business. Now show me that paper.
I'm sorry, Blanche, I can't.
I knew you'd been hiding something. You no good backstabbing Jezebel. I demand you show me that paper.
I'm sorry, flattery won't work.
So, as is tradition, I am ready to accept your various gifts and offerings. You may begin, Dorothy.
I appreciate your sense of ritual, Ma, but just so you know, I still have Shady Pines on the speed dial.
People are given these messages very early in life, usually by their parents. In your case, my guess is the mother.
Guess again, oh special one. Is it my fault she got knocked up at 19, marrying a loser that...
Look, to me,
I was married 45 years. My husband spoke perfect English. Never understood a word I said. Toshiro, I think it's time you learned some English. Lesson number 1. Kiss.
You took my poodle skirt. Was that you?
Blanche, that was over 40 years ago.
Oh, shut up.
I can't believe that you are still crazy about that.
It's not over that. It's over Tom.
Tom?
Don't act so surprised.
You were saying. Mrs. Bornak?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just figured if I opened my mouth that the phone would start ringing. Anyway, but
Cheese ball, Father?
Yes, thank you very much. Now I know what I'm giving up for Lent.
Stanley, would you be a dear and get me some champagne?
It is always a pleasure to get a drink for an attractive woman.
Ma, why are you trying so hard to ruin my weekend?
You don't get it, do you? This weekend could have been a lot of fun until you decided we were going to have quality time.
Oh, is that so horrible, Ma? All I wanted to do was have us finish unfinished business and say things to each other that we never...
Break the news. Guess who's getting 2 desserts tonight? You were so transparent.
Oh, my God, Dorothy, I just had another horrible thought. What if Rose had a major stroke? What if she is left completely unable to care for herself? What would we do?
We would bring her home.
What do you think?
There's something about her I don't like.
Me too.
I find her hard to talk to.
Me too.
She thinks I'm dumb.
Me too.
Maybe they won't come back at all. It happens.
Oh, Ma, don't be ridiculous. Now, come on. I think you're just overly tired. Why don't you go to bed?
Good idea. If that's Sports Illustrated, tell them to call back tomorrow.
Hello? Oh, yes.
Hey, you're not even going to ask what's wrong?
What's wrong, Ma?
I got 3 days to live.
Fine, Ma. I'll scratch the Ben Gay off the grocery list.
I can't believe you're so insensitive.
Hi, Blanche.
Are we expecting company?
Yep, Barbara Thorndike. I introduced myself after the lecture. We went out and had coffee and talked for hours.
Sophia, that was a very sweet thing for you to do.
Hey, Rose is a good kid, and I like her a lot. But after all is said and done, I would sell Dorothy to the gypsies to get that bedroom.
Do you see that I don't need anybody's help?
Not a sound.
Well, it never seemed to warrant one.
Yeah. Do you talk?
I've always wanted to, but at that point, it seems that nobody is ever interested in conversation.
Not conversation. I mean, dirty talk.
For your information, I'm not here to audition.
Why are you here?
I realized I had no talent, so I decided to become an agent. Why Ryan O'Neal hasn't come to the same conclusion, I'll never understand. Anyway, I'm proud to announce I'm the exclusive worldwide representative of the Donatello triplets. Did you hear what he just said?
This guy came to me. Salvador wanted to tell you, but I wouldn't let him. I cared for you both too much to let your marriage break up. And Sal felt so guilty he never gambled again. It was worth it.
Oh, that was a very lovely thing you did, Mr. Weinstock, wasn't it, Ma? Wasn't it, Ma?
Happened at all.
Well, then how did you get over your fear?
I never did, but thanks to Dorothy, I now have new hope.
You see, Dorothy, Blanche is willing to face her fear. I think it's time you faced yours.
Look, Rose, forget it. I am not going to have that surgery, and no one is going to make me change.
Everything I said would happen has. He's been more attentive, he's sent you flowers, he's done your laundry, and returned most of it. We're right on schedule, but tonight he's going to ask you if you're seeing other men. Do you know what you're going to say?
I don't approve of you and Gloria, but if you honestly love her...
You know, I don't think I love her. I'm realizing that maybe I was with her just to make you jealous. It was the same thing with the monkey.
You know something, Stan? I was a little jealous.
Well, Dorothy, it was just an old traffic cone with a monkey head.
You, Dorothy? You were afraid of some big old strong strapping thing like you?
Who am I, Joe Frazier? I had a fear of flying, Rose, and then my sister Gloria got married in California. Of course, I had to go. So I got myself some therapy.
Special and something personal. I know. How about a personal check for $75? And on the bottom, I'm going to write, because I was a big fat jerk.
Blanche, I don't want your check.
Dorothy, please, I am trying desperately to find some way to tell you I'm sorry.
All right. Okay, I will take the check, but I'm not going to cash it.
The Argentinian cowboys whipping things while they ride naked on the back of Brahma bulls.
I have to remember to stop using your towels.
Rose? Honey, it's 3 in the morning. Why are you staring at those light bulbs?
I'm running a consumer test for work. I have to see which one of these lasts longer.
Rose, you ninny, don't you know staring at light bulbs...
Nice to see you again, Dorothy.
You too, Mr. Weinstock. When did you get in?
Oh, you mean in town yesterday?
You should have called. I could have made you dinner.
Great. These are black. I look like Buddy Holly.
You are? You get in the kitchen and eat your slop before I spank that little pink fanny.
All right, I'm going. Oh, sorry. That's the way they used to call us for dinner at the home.
Who cows, Stora? That is a why in the hell tell in the first place, Stora.
Blanche,
Well,
Blanche,
I'm sorry, but it's just that I actually went through a very rebellious stage as a teenager. I know how difficult it can be.
Well, what did you do that was so rebellious?
When I was 15, I dropped out of school for a month to become a magician's assistant. When I was 16...
Some news. I told my mother about us.
You're kidding. How did she take it?
Pretty well.
Chest pains?
You remember.
Hey, you don't forget your wedding day. Eat your potato.
What?
Come on, give us a hug.
Oh, Trudy, it's so good to see you again. Honey, I want you to meet my roommates, Rose and Blanche.
It's a pleasure.
Oh, Dorothy's told us so much about you.
All good, I hope.
Well, actually...
Sit.
Because you haven't accepted his death yet. Thank you. I've never been psychoanalyzed by a dipstick before.
I wonder who they are.
You mean you don't know them?
No.
Now, this is awful.
What? What's up?
This is the best champagne I've ever tasted.
It should be his $430 a bottle.
Rose, I can't afford that.
Well, you did say the best.
Rose, for heaven's sake, you should have told me what it was. I said the best. Nothing like this.
Just a mug of hot apple cider with a cinnamon stick.
Lady, does this look like Knott's Berry Farm?
Coffee will be fine.
Coffee.
Did I ever tell you girls I met my husband George on Christmas Eve?
Oh, Blanche, how exciting.
Let me tell you just how exciting a Christmas Eve can be. I was home from college on Christmas vacation when my...
I'm gonna sleep. I don't know how long I've got, but I deserve better company in my final years.
Good night, Mom. No, you know, Rose, I think Blanche has the right idea, marrying someone.
There, puppet.
Dorothy, how's Sophia doing?
Oh, she's resting, but her hernia is painful.
Well, honey, put your mind at ease. The operation today is just a minor procedure. And by the way, you have nothing to be guilty about.
What? Well, I don't feel...
Rose, she is the surprise.
Oh. Now, they haven't seen each other since Angela moved back to Sicily 30 years ago.
Oh, that's a wonderful surprise.
Now, look, I'm going to need your help. I want you to help set up the party and keep Ma out of the...
Dorothy, I don't know what to say.
I understand, Blanche.
Oh, no, you don't. See, I used to think I was a miracle worker, that nobody could do what I do at the museum. And then you came along and learned my job in less than a week, and I realized any idiot can do...
Oh, doesn't matter. You lose a parent, you might as well be 6. It's scary. And it pushes you right up to the head of the line.
I know.
Oh, God, I don't know what I'll do. I love that lady so much. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I promise that I will say Hail Marys until Madonna has a hit movie.
Hi. Here's my $8. Let's get started, Dorothy.
Oh, I'm not Dorothy. She is.
I'll give you $4. Let's get started.
Just a kidney stone. I had it appraised. I mean, this went on for 2 years before he found a cure.
What was it?
A blonde stewardess with a butt that would have made Gandhi throw in the towel.
So, Rose, you're gonna...
Oh, my God, he's just the sexiest man in television. And Burt Reynolds is the sexiest man in the movies. Oh, I cannot believe this. All that manliness in one room, in one crowded room, one hot, crowded room. Everybody's steamy bodies all pressed up against each other.
Blanche. Relax, you're about to set off the smoke detector.
Hair.
Listen, Rose, no offense, but I find that story a little hard to believe. You don't even like to talk about sex.
Well, it's been my experience that people who talk about it a lot don't do it very often. I cannot believe they sold us mates that are too old. Who can you trust?
No one. I learned that in Sicily. It works fine in Miami, too.
Well, we wound up spending $678 in the mink business.
And what did we make?
Make?
Yes.
A mistake complete.
Oh, no, Dorothy. We looked at pictures and slides and letters and diaries and locks of hair. What's left? Our family history and shadow puppets?
Ma, better.
Now, this is what I call quality time.
So, tell us, Ernie, have you ever been married?
I'm divorced.
Oh, was the breakup caused by your drinking problem?
I don't have a drinking problem.
Were you cheating on your wife?
Is this a Barbara Walters special?
I guess the two of you want to get going.
Oh, great. It was a pleasure meeting you all. Good night now.
Have fun. Bye-bye.
I call my new act Sophia and Sophia. Get a load of this. Hi, Sophia. Oh, hello, Sophia. How are you feeling today? Oh, I got a little arthritis in my neck. I was wondering why my wrist was hurting.
Go on, throw him. I don't care anymore.
Oh, honey, you still that upset about Jason?
I'm not upset about him. I would never get that upset about a man. Rebecca called, asked if she could come over and get the baby's things. I asked her.
Maybe just this once. We'd like.
We thought we'd like to go out for French food. How does that sound to you?
They eat snails. Why pay good money for something you can scrape off your shoes?
Well, of course, if you'd rather not come, we understand.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'll find something on the menu. I just enjoy being out with you guys. Come on.
A bottle of Chanel No. 5.
Perfume or cologne?
Cologne.
Forget it.
I'll introduce you to all of Jeffrey's naval officer friends. Some of them have been at sea for more than 6 months.
Just make yourself comfortable.
I need a new menu. Mine seems to be full of mistakes. For example, it says a small glass of tomato juice is $6. I see. Oh, room service, I'll have to call you back.
I was up all night. Ma is exhausted.
Oh, this is all my fault.
Oh, well, don't worry about it. At least I called the home and checked her out for a week's visit, so we're not kidnappers anymore.
Oh.
Ma, sit down. Ma, we need to talk about Lillian.
I said I'll tell
somebody else.
Blanche, I didn't steal your date. Ted told me that the two of you had absolutely nothing in common.
Well, obviously, he's dull, boring, and has dubious taste, to say the least.
That is...
Excuse me?
Can I help you?
Rose Nyland to see Terry Franco.
Oh, hi, Mrs. Nyland. I'm Terry.
Hi. It was so nice of Mr. Moss to see me on such short notice.
I'm sorry. Maybe you misunderstood me on the phone.
I didn't catch your name.
I'm Rose Nyland, your new roomie. Blanche has told me all about you. Sorry your husband dumped you. You can borrow my bubble bath anytime you want.
That'll help ease the lonely nights. Thank you.
Not yet.
Oh, what did I miss?
I think he has a right to know.
I told Rose the truth, Daddy. It's too soon for you to have a relationship.
You what?
Now, wait, could I say something? Caroline, you think your daddy has become involved too soon after your poor mother
right foot in and hurry up, or we'll never get to the part where you shake it all about on purpose.
Oh, God, they got into the medication. Ma, what do you think you're doing?
Oh, look who's here. Everybody remembers my daughter, Dorothy. Or maybe you know her by her Indian name, Dances with Nobody.
You can force us to stay here all night, but I'll be damned if you're going to force us to celebrate the most joyous holiday of the year with you.
Yeah, but I've been sitting in the backseat of the car for half an hour. What am I, a dachshund?
Ma, be careful.
And we hire a band to play fish songs in pirate suits with muscles bulging.
Your mouth is...
Rose, Miles is here.
Hello, Rose.
Miles?
Rose, this is Caroline. Caroline Rose Nyland.
How do you do?
I am so glad to finally matching outfits.
Mother.
I'm sorry, honey, but it's just that, well, suddenly, it's like you're a whole new person. It's gonna take a little getting used to.
I understand.
Old age. You don't leave fingerprints anymore.
I'm in my twilight years.
You're in the twilight zone. Hopi Indians are... Matter of fact, I once had a dog. A schnauzer named Wawa. Yeah, well, I know that sounds strange, but you see, my daughter was only 2 when she named him during a walk. And I figured between that and number 1, Wawa was the hands-down winner. He was the guy.
And then one day, suddenly, Pee-wee disappeared. Well, we docked in Sicily, and I was going through customs, and I noticed a strange odor coming from my suitcase. I thought it was the veal shank that I was bringing over for Mother's Day. But when the customs man opened the suitcase...
What's your point?
Sorry to interrupt. Go on.
Well, Dorothy, you have no idea how my sister Virginia and I used to chase after this boy. Well, everybody did. He had it all. Football star, champion debater, class valedictorian.
How long did you and he...
Model.
Your daughter's a fashion model?
She's just beautiful, always has been. Gorgeous blonde hair, sparkling blue eyes, a figure men would mortgage a house for. We were always so much alike. And so close, just like Siamese twins.
It's a shame when they separated you, you got both.
Who's Guido Spirelli?
Guido Spirelli was my first husband in Sicily. It was an arranged marriage I had annulled. I left him a broken man. And I vowed one day I would make amends.
You know, Sophia, finding this list was a sign. You must make things right with that man. Now go to your room and write him a long letter.
I'm not ready to go back to work yet.
Are you depressed about Glenn?
No, I'm depressed because Phyllis George left the Morning News. Of course I'm depressed about Glenn. I mean, for 3 weeks, he made me the happiest woman in the world.
Not perfect. John is everything Tom wasn't. He's smart, mature, responsible.
And on time.
Would you girls keep him entertained for a minute? I want to make sure I look perfect before he sees me.
Hello.
Hi, I'm John Quinn.
Hi, I'm Rose, Blanche's roommate.
Hi, Rose.
Won't you come?
I know. I bet you do undercover work.
And I'll bet he does it damn well.
You'll have to excuse my mother. She, Oh, now, Stan, you have to try to pull yourself together.
Hey, babe, don't worry. I'm a survivor. Everything's cool. The cat who's gonna cut me is primo.
I said pull yourself together, not talk like Sammy Davis Jr.
I only meant that the operation is a very common procedure. Everything's gonna turn out just fine.
Good for being in the ground for 2 hours.
Rose, what are you doing? Watching the cheese balls. You're supposed to be watching Dorothy. I was watching Dorothy. But every time I watch her, Sophia eats a cheese ball.
Honey, let her have the darn cheese balls. Nobody else wants them.
Okay.
Oh, no, the power lines must be down.
That's just great. I got 10 pounds of fresh clams in the refrigerator.
Horrible nets. You still think we were a failure?
You're right. I just wish we could save them all.
You want to do more? Fine, let's go back down to the dock.
Really?
Sure. I know a waterfront bar where a lot of foreign fishermen hang out.
Do you think they'd be there?
No, I happen to know he didn't.
How?
Bridget isn't his type.
Of course she isn't. She's too good for him.
How about a nice glass of lemonade?
Not now. What do you mean she is too good for him?
Well, he doesn't even have a job.
Well, neither does Henry Kissinger, really, but he's still very highly regarded.
She doesn't ask any questions.
Blanche, I think I've heard just about enough. I don't want to hear another word about
All right, have it your way.
this. We have to get to the photographer now.
And so, are there any questions?
Yeah. What does Joe have to say about all this?
Oh, all right, Blanche. I understand.
You're a good sport.
You just take care of her.
Only once. But they shot him into a tree. After that, no other herring would do it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, right. 6 o'clock at Mildred's. We're putting together a list of demands to present to that scuzzball McCracken at work tomorrow. Good. Oh, and Edna, bring some sherry. Nobody bought that glaucoma story when you whipped out that reefer last.
Charlie, lunch is ready.
Hi. Did your mommy make up yet?
No, not yet. Oh, but we will. A little dinky play.
With that Gee, Ma, I don't know if this was such a good idea.
I think you're right, Dorothy. Maybe I should have done my own hair. I've been doing it for years.
That's why it looks like something you buy on a stick at halftime.
I am conducting a phone survey regarding health care for the elderly. May I ask your age? Well, that's not so old. And what's your general health? Well, that's good. What would you say is your annual income? Oh, that's very good.
Part everyone here is a star. Now, playing the part of Josie will be Phyllis Hammerrow, and the part of the sheriff will be played by Ronald Bromberg. The rest of you will be non-speaking townspeople. Thank you very much.
I don't believe it, Phyllis Hammerrow.
I am 51.
Where was he stationed?
In the attic.
Ma, you told me he was in the Arctic.
The attic, tomato. He had a family to feed.
Well, anyway, this soldier really did go to the war, and he's going to be here any minute. I don't know what to do, because I can't remember.
Oh, of course. Dorothy, this is Blanche. Blanche, this is Dorothy. We have jokes like that around here all the time.
It's like living in a house full of Howie Mandel. Sven, I'm Dorothy.
Hello.
And I'm Blanche. Welcome.
Thank you.
Rose tells us you're getting married.
Yes.
Excuse me.
I want to put Dorothy in charge of all the arrangements for the banquet. You won't have to do a thing. That way you have all your time free to devote to the exhibition.
But, Mr. Allen, the banquet, I'd always assumed that I was going to handle it.
Well, you were, Blanche. But that was before we found Dorothy. Tell her I want to see her when she gets...
What's going on? Where's Sophia?
She's locked herself in the bathroom. She has pre-wedding jitters.
Sophia? It's me, Max. Now, what's all this nonsense about not wanting to get married?
Oh, Max, I love you with all my heart. The time we've spent together has been some of the happiest...
And you don't.
Oh, Saturday night kid stuff. Get lucky on a Tuesday morning, then call me.
I guess I'm just not attracted to crossing guards.
Dorothy, a guy sets a folding chair up in front of my house. I want to know more.
Ma, it's getting late. Do you have to stay and visit with every one of them?
Excuse me for trying to get more involved in their lives.
Well, that's fine, Ma, but did we really have to worm Mrs. Jenkins' dog?
I always just leave this one outside the door.
Really?
It's been that way since I took over.
Scare you at any age. And at any age, the loving would make it worthwhile. You want a safe, easy, comfortable home life and romance and excitement on the side, and it's not for me.
Dorothy, please think about what you're throwing away.
If I stay, I am throwing away my...
Well, I was going to give it to Joni Winston, but if you're really that hungry, I'd still have time to make another one for the wedding. Of course, I have to address those 3,000 envelopes in the morning after I pick up the decorations for the hootenanny at the church. But that'll still give me plenty of time to wash cars in the afternoon and give blood before 7.
Terrible thing has happened. But when life does something like this to you, there are a couple of things you gotta remember. You got your health, right?
Yeah.
You can still walk, can't you?
That's true.
Great. Go get me a glass of water.
You don't have to eat that cake.
Why do I get the feeling you three are most happy about the last part?
Oh, you mean us have some cake? Honey, we can't do that. We're dieting.
Sure smells good, though.
Looks even better.
Bet you it tastes even better than that.
You three are dieting. I'm throwing it away.
Don't.
Come in.
Oh, Rose. Rose, honey.
Oh, of course. Dorothy, this is Blanche. Blanche, this is Dorothy. We have jokes like that around here all the time.
It's like living in a house full of Howie Mandels. Sven, I'm Dorothy.
Hello.
And I'm Blanche. Welcome.
Thank you.
Rose tells us you're getting married.
Yes.
Felt like dressing up.
Rose, about the movies, would you mind if we didn't go?
Well, no. What do you feel like doing?
Why don't we just do what we did last night?
We didn't do anything last night.
Sounds good to me.
Al, we have to talk.
Can't it wait till after moonlighting? There's a special episode on tonight.
Why did I ever let that happen?
Because he got you drunk.
Why am I even discussing this with you?
Beats the hell out of me.
This neurotic woman who made me and Virginia miserable our entire lives. I gotta go pack.
Oh, you hate to give him back.
Goodbye, Danny. Goodbye, pussycat. Goodbye, little fella. Bye.
What are you carrying on? It's like talking to a salami. Which now?
Sophia. Well, Mrs. Claxton, how lovely to see you again.
Who are you?
I'm your neighbor, Blanche Devereaux.
Oh, yeah. I didn't recognize you with your clothes on.
I beg your pardon?
With my binoculars, I have a terrific view in your bedroom window.
It's been a real pleasure. Good night. Lucy, you're grounded for the rest of your stay here.
Hey, Blanche, wait. You're embarrassing me. Now, why don't you go get a good night's sleep and we'll talk about it when I get home tomorrow.
I don't think you heard what I said. You are not going anywhere.
Hey, Blanche, I'm 20 years old. I'm going wherever I please.
Rose, this stinks. This really stinks.
Oh, it's all my fault. If I hadn't made you promise, this never would have happened. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Dorothy, she's talking.
I'm sorry.
Hey, little lady. All right, boys, take it away. A 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think you dated anyone before Charlie.
Actually, it was while I dated Charlie.
Rose Nyland, you were in a love triangle and never told us.
Well, I didn't think you'd be interested.
Oh, but you were certain that we would be interested in the story about little Yemeni, the boy who was raised by a wild moose?
There must be a support group for people like me.
We're sorry, Dorothy, but the bylaws clearly state that any derogatory remarks about the king are grounds for immediate expulsion.
Maybe you ought to join an organization that is a little less fanatical in its. Here we are not eating chocolate cake, which we obviously adore, because we want to stay very thin and then drop dead. That's nuts.
But we might be thin and stay alive.
But not forever, Rose. We're not going to stay alive forever. That's Dorothy's point. And when you're going to die...
No, not me, not me.
Dorothy,
no,
please.
I'm not good at this.
Oh, but this is a pretend microphone. It's really just a hairbrush. All right, Rose, ready? Go. This is Rose Nyland. We're here chatting with my good friend Dorothy Zborn.
Driving until we've gone over all the rules in the driving manual.
What's to go over?
How much distance should there be between you and a fire hydrant?
What am I, a poodle? Oh, morning, girls.
Morning.
Hey, what got you two up and out so early?
Ed, she's guilty. I saw her.
Please sit down.
Mrs. Petrillo, where were you on the night of September 4th, 1985?
Did you see Awakenings? Throw a ball at me. How the hell should I know? I don't even remember what color underwear I'm wearing.
Ma, the beginning of September.
You mean I can have another Diet Coke?
Of course you can, darling. Well, she's even more charming than you said, Blanche. Matter of fact, waiter.
Okay.
Wait a minute. What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I know it's awful, but I have this incredible sweet tooth.
What is it?
Cheesecake.
What kind?
Chocolate.
Oh, I think this could be the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Mama accepted it, too. Along with a brand new Cadillac Eldorado for her birthday. You know, my family had a few dollars, and I loved them dearly, but when you get right down to it, basically they were trash. I was with him thinking, what in the world does this man like about me?
So you went back to Tom because you know what he likes.
Yes, but the whole time I was with him, I was miserable because I wanted to be with John.
Well, then tell all this to John.
I guess that is my only choice. Yes, I'm going to look him up tonight, and I'm going to patch things up. Yeah, I almost forgot. We need a globe and a tackler and a Midnight Star and an Enquirer. And I guess maybe one serious news magazine so we know what's going on in the world. One, people.
Feel better. They make the most terrific root beer float. They have that old-fashioned root beer.
Yeah, look, Rose, get off the float. Just get to the point.
Well, after I drank it, I started to get sad again. And then I saw the answer right in front of me.
What?
A help wanted sign.
Oh.
And?
I am
Mangiacavallo.
So?
Let her tell the story. When I was 14 in Sicily, my father arranged a marriage with a neighbor's son. My dowry was 2 chickens, a ladle, and a goat to be named later.
We came from a wealthy family.
Blanche Devereaux? Yes, that Blanche Devereaux. And no, I did not. Absolutely not. I will tell it to a judge. I will yell it from the highest mountaintops. I will swear to it on a stack of Bibles.
Now, did that sound like a liar?
No. It sounded like Jim and Tammy Faye on Nightline.
Pencils down.
Where's everybody?
Just you and me, Blanche. Well, looks like we're finally at the crossroads.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean, I know you've been
Dorothy!
This isn't an ordinary hockey stick. Bobby Hull used this. This is a piece of history.
It's a piece of junk. And the price tag says $4.
$4.50.
I'll take it.
Okay, but listen, before you go, come into the house with me. I'll show you the kind of wood oil that I use.
Do tell, Rose.
St. Olaf's most famous OBMAG.
What's that?
Obstetrician magician. The amazing Shapiro. He delivered Bridget.
It's there when you're down. And family stops at nothing. Nothing to help one of their own. Blanche, I want my brother Angelo to come here and live with us.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sophia. There's just no room.
Hey, I tried.
Wait a minute, Dorothy. You're...
As long as I'm here, what do you say, babe? For old time's sake. You want to go to bed? Dorothy! Dorothy, let go. It was a joke. You're hurting me. You're really hurting me.
Blanche, I just heard on the radio 2 killers escaped from a Georgia state penitentiary.
So?
So, they could be headed here.
Honey, they escaped in Georgia. Why on earth would they come to Miami?
For the same reason we did.
Eligible men?
You're not telling us?
Oh, all right. You twisted my arm. Girls, Laszlo's asked me to pose for one of his sculptures.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not. Look here. He gave me the key to his building.
Oh.
I have my first session with him tomorrow morning.
Wow.
Yeah, well, he says he's always wanted to do a piece on the mature woman, and he thinks I'm just
She just found out that Gene Shalit wants his hair to look that way.
I'm sorry I'm late, but I had to go downtown to get some special herbs. I'm throwing together another little aphrodisiac for Blanche. I better get to my work.
Girls, we can't fire her now. She's making me an aphrodisiac.
Piece of cake, Uncle Angelo.
No, thank you.
I'll take a slice, darling.
No problem, sweetheart.
Hurry back, dumpling.
My feet have wings, barf bag.
Dorothy, please hang in there a little while longer and...
I seem to be clear.
He must have asked her out this century.
Where? Fine. All right. Bye-bye.
What did he say?
He said that he has something important he wants to talk.
I'm going through the family album. I thought I'd pay your father a visit.
Look, here we all are.
Your sweet 16 party, right?
Right. Oh, look at that beautiful chiffon dress.
Yeah, your brother Phil always did like to make a splash.
Well, Dorothy, I was lying in bed eating, and if I don't get up and walk around, I'm going to become as big as a hippo. And life, if I can still call it that, has to go on in one form or the other, so here I am. I'll just spend my remaining years in the company of women. Only reason I'm sticking around is to read Danielle Steele's next book.
This is all because you're going through the...
Bless you.
Stop blessing her. She got what she deserved for running around in the rain for some...
It doesn't say great ocean view.
Now look, these accommodations are simply unacceptable. Now we want the room described in the brochure or we will take our business elsewhere.
Okay, have it your way. But don't expect a refund.
We just checked in. We haven't paid for this room.
Yeah. I'm proud of you, Cindy Lou.
I'm queen.
This is sad. This is so sad.
Hold it, you're not Cindy Lou Peoples.
I don't know what you're talking about. I brought my mother. She'll vouch for me.
Yes, that's Mrs. Gonzalez.
No one's that brave except in the movies and on television. But at least this time I know what I'm facing. I've gone through all the steps before. I have considered the alternatives, dealt with the reality. The last time, I think I started crying the moment the doctor told me, and I didn't stop till they wheeled me off to surgery. And then later, I cried because...
Both threw up a little. Honey, did that mean old lady put you in the garage?
No, the mean young lady did. Rose, Ted's coming over later, and I just don't want that dog making a big mess. He's already been into my personal things.
Well, maybe we should get him some rubber toys.
They do seem to be as...
Have swum from Normandy, across the Atlantic, up the St. Lawrence Seaway, into the Great Lakes, and then over to Minnesota.
And what did you think, Rose?
Well, I know those little guys are supposed to be good swimmers.
Can I have food now?
Ma, you know that I'm not giving you food because you're not supposed to eat or drink anything the day of an operation.
I'm not going to any hospital.
Sophia, I'm working on the admitting desk. Does that make it less scary?
Oh, sure. In that...
And you don't.
Oh, Saturday night kid stuff. Get lucky on a Tuesday morning, then call me.
I guess I'm just not attracted to crossing guards.
Dorothy, a guy sets a folding chair up in front of my house. I want to know more.
Is how to make a fist. Let's meet our lucky contestants. First on the green team, we have Dorothy Zborn, an English teacher originally from Brooklyn, New York. She now lives in Miami with her mother, who will gladly pay anyone who will take her out for a date.
God has called me, and I intend to answer.
You're really serious about this, aren't you?
Yes, Dorothy, this means a lot to me. Do you think I could leave you that easily?
A minute ago, you were going to spit on me.
Do you have this much trouble with your kids? Buffalo gifts, you know what I mean?
They're cheap?
Just so everyone understands the ground rules, okay, let's roll.
The bid's 900, 900 once, 900 twice. Sold for $900. Congratulations. And now...
Hard way.
Kenny, come here. What's with this clown business? Couldn't you be a lawyer and just hang out with clowns?
Oh, I know it sounds a little odd, Mrs. Petrillo, but right now I'm just burned out on law. Frankly, at this point, I think I can contribute more to the world in big red shoes and a spinning bow tie and carrying a little umbrella.
Brother just came into town, and unless I can find a date for him so we can double, why, the whole evening's gonna be called off. So what do you say? Would you please be a friend and go out with him?
Sure, I'm game.
Next time, Sophie. Dorothy, what do you say?
Oh, honey, I'd really love to go, but as you can see, I'm busy.
Busy? You're playing
Blanche, you must have so many memories here.
Oh, are you kidding? I cannot tell you how many Christmases I spent in this place. Grammy's butler would bring us our eggnog by the hearth, and Grammy and I would sing carols and put out gingerbread men for St. Nick. And over there would be Grandpappy drinking out.
Oh, by the way, I forgot. This came for you. A postcard from Bernice.
I don't want it.
Well, Sophia, I thought you missed her.
I do. But if I read that, I'll only miss her more.
Ma, I know you're lonely for Bernice, but it's been over a month now.
It's not just Bernice. The whole gang is gone. Gladys went to live with her daughter. Edie got married.
Well, how do I look?
Look at Dorothy, ready for her first day as a successful businesswoman. Go get him, Tiger.
You look wonderful, Dorothy, but don't you think those shoulder pads make you seem a little aggressive?
I'm not wearing shoulder pads.
Around the set.
Come on, honey. We don't want to keep our dates waiting.
Wait, Blanche, honey, aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, no, I never wear underwear.
I mean my jewelry.
Oh, forget it. Why paint the peacock?
Your sister...
Ellen, it is for you, Devereaux.
5 seconds. Once again, here's Guy Corbin.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back. It's time to spin the big money wheel on Grab That Dough. Spinners, mosey on down.
Can I get you something to drink?
Settlement.
The divorce settlement. Yeah, I got to keep half my self-respect, and she got to keep everything else. Anyway, that's why I had to talk to you. I had to find out how you were doing.
Oh, I'm fine. I'm doing just fine. Maybe I will have just a glass of water.
Lem?
Good night.
Good night.
You know, we haven't slept together since I was a little girl.
Thank God.
I used to get into your bed whenever I had that dream about the...
At the banquet. It looks beautiful. I look beautiful. Everybody looks beautiful. Suddenly, Charlton Heston walks in dressed like Moses. And he tries to part the dessert table. And when that doesn't work, he rounds up all the guests and leads them to the lingerie department of the... Nice outfits, girls.
Dorothy, I really need for you to understand this. I've been thinking a lot lately. I think we're in this for the long haul. Dorothy, I think this is going to be a very serious relationship.
David Brittingham?
What happened to him?
God told David to drive into a wall at 80 miles an hour.
What are you doing?
Dorothy's going through her high school yearbook to see who all's dead.
That's my pussycat. Fun, fun, fun.
Ma, do you remember Helen Colquist?
Was she that tremendous...
I was outside of town when I said, honey, why? They don't even have a football team. He answered by slipping a ring on my finger and proposing marriage. Well, I could not believe it. I just sat there for almost half an hour, just staring at that ring. Finally, I said, honey, this will not...
It's not pretty.
We better go. We have reservations.
I hope he's taking you to a cold climate.
Good night. Sit the thanks, ladies. It was a pleasure.
Nice meeting you, Harry. Have fun.
The man is a scuzzball.
My girls aren't too young for anything.
They're waiting outside. Why don't you just relax? We don't have to talk.
Oh, no. I'm fine. Listen, I want you to do me a favor.
Anything.
If...
Do we not die?
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That was the finest audition for the acting school that we've seen all week. Congratulations.
I'm so glad Pepe has the opportunity to be an actor.
Why? When was the last time...
People don't have dandruff. God figures they've been through enough already.
Hello, you must be Michael's mother.
And you must be Lorraine's mother. We weren't expecting you until tomorrow.
Thor, the one thing I do remember is that I only went out with you because of Charlie Nyland. I used you to make Charlie jealous. It was Charlie I loved, not you.
Oh. I feel so stupid.
Dipped his toes in the lake known as Blanche.
That wasn't stupid enough to deserve a hit?
You know what I'm gonna do? Put your...
Oh, thank you, Blanche. That was a great idea.
It's great bringing two idiots closer together.
I think that's the motto of the St. Olaf Telephone Company.
I'm getting nervous. Just think,
I already lost 1 pound.
In your dreams.
I'm talking about Rose. She has to find a job. She's been out of work for over a week.
I am really sorry about this, because it won't happen again. Now, come on, we can all go back.
No. Wait, Rose, sit down. Move over. Move over. Now listen.
Is always nervous when her daughter Teresa comes for a visit. Of course, her daughter is a hitman for the mob. The rumor is she dated Frank Sinatra. You know the song, The Lady is a Tramp? It used to be Teresa is a Tramp. Well, they had to change it for legal reasons.
Ma, what are you talking about? Just talking about you. How are you?
Oh, nice going, Dorothy.
I asked her how she was doing. I mean, it's not as if I mentioned her dead husband.
Panic. Look, you just need a break. Why don't we just wash our hands and have a nice cup of tea?
Turn it off.
I can't make it stop.
Very nice job, ladies. Who let you in here?
I did. Lucky I...
Morning, Ma.
Okay, good morning.
Sophia, isn't that obscene?
No, they mean good health, have a nice day, and would you like to squeeze my concertina?
Dorothy, I don't understand. You spent the whole afternoon together and he still didn't ask you out. What did you do wrong?
Who didn't ask you out, Dorothy?
You got a phone book?
Frank Leahy.
Yeah, well, what about that surprise party we threw for you when we first moved in? That worked. Or almost. I mean, it kind of worked.
Hi, Rose. I picked up Blanche's birthday cake. What are you doing?
Decorating Blanche's birthday cake. There, it's finished.
Try not to argue with Phil's wife.
We get along okay. Phil's wife has her good points. She's sweet, she's reliable, and when her father gets out of prison, she'll be a wealthy woman. Let's roll, Rose. I'm leaking clam sauce.
We'll be paying the mortgage.
I'll tell you what. Why don't we just forget all about the mortgage and I'll just give you all the house as a present? Yeah. Then I'll just buy all your clothes, pay for all your food, set up trust funds for all your grandchildren.
Throw in a piano player, you got yourself a deal.
Like hell, this is my...
with me.
Oh, really? Listen, I know one of the judges. Just keep telling the little bald guy he's been naughty.
Hello, my name is David Patton, and I'm looking for Mr. George Devereaux.
Yeah, I'll get him. Oh, he's dead.
Joe Namath, your turn, Rose.
Okay, music history. Here goes. What famous Mozart composition, completed in 1787, is a serenade in G for 2 violins, viola, cello, and double bass in 4 movements?
The new director's gay.
A gay theater director. Did you ever hear such a thing?
It's absolutely shocking. Next thing you know, they'll have black basketball players in the NBA. Ma, you are making lasagna Alfredo.
Some tests before they let her go.
Rose Nyland? I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but she went into cardiac arrest. They're prepping her for surgery.
Still line up for you.
Really?
Your dance card is going to be full for the rest of your life, and you know it.
I don't know whether you meant that or not, Dorothy, but...
I have class. And you know what else I have?
It's not self-awareness, that's for damn sure. Hey, listen to this. All older gentleman seeks lady of refinement. I like moonlit nights, romantic Italian dinners, and waking up in the morning.
Well, Bushman awaits. You know, I learned something tonight. A relationship is more than sex and fun and videos and good times. Thank God this isn't a relationship.
Call the exterminator.
Oh my gosh, that must be Lucy. All right, now you all, please, no more rat talk. Lucy. Hi. Oh, get in here. I want you to.
I start to cook. A few hours later, he comes back. He says he couldn't find a cab. We eat in silence. Halfway through, I look up, and he's got tears in his eyes. He tells me, this meal is like our marriage. The veal is like him, tough and stubborn. Well, like I told you.
I don't think the woman at the employment agency was interested in my legs.
Grow up. Don't you watch TV? 80% of the women in prime time are switch hitters.
Ma, TV soap operas aren't real life.
I'm not talking characters. I'm talking He was a gambler to his dying day. In fact, his last words were, $10 says I don't need this oxygen tank.
Why, Donald, I see by my...
Now, what can I do for the senior statesman of the group?
I'll let that pass because you have the upper hand. Officer, my friends and I are totally innocent.
I'm innocent, too.
Me too.
We're all innocent. Quiet, you trash.
Come on. Vincenzo says he's finished. He wants us to take a look.
Oh.
Fine. This is terrible. Well, I'll admit it's a little drab, but with some plants and some nice furniture.
It's a garage, you twit. I'll just have to do until Disney unveils their Dumbo line. I better grab something to eat before Eddie gets here.
Wait a minute. Why don't you just go out to eat?
There never seems to be enough time.
You stood up to her, and there's no time like the present. And speaking of presents...
Rose, what are you doing here? I thought I asked you to take Ma shopping.
You can take your mop and put it where the herring don't swim.
I was this close.
But then who wouldn't? He's sensitive, he's caring, and he thinks I'm neater than hard salami.
Did he actually tell you that, Rose?
I shouldn't have repeated it. It was said in a moment of pity on Halloween.
I've been called a lot of things in my time, but that's a first for that one. Yeah, I'm gay, Rose.
But Blanche told us you were married.
I was. After a while, I just couldn't deny the truth to myself. Seemed silly, still denying it to my big sister, doesn't it?
Well, have you tried telling her?
Every time I see her.
1920.
Bad year. Now, 1918...
I said 1920.
Okay, 1920 it is, the year I sailed for America. Ah, America. The land of opportunity where the streets were paved with gold. And a young man named Irving Berlin was writing songs.
And it was Miami Nice, and it was very funny. Is there anything about, like, retired people in Miami? And the writer we were with said, well, I'm not interested in writing old women. He's been out of the business a long time.
So humiliated my entire life.
Oh, come on, you've been humiliated plenty. Remember when you tried out for cheerleading in high school?
Ma, why do you constantly look for ways to amuse yourself at my expense?
Because we don't have cable and I can't crochet.
It's the nature of the beast. They'd do it in the mud if they had to. You just go sleep with his best friend. That'll even up the score.
Am I on candid camera?
You mean you didn't get dumped?
Well, actually...
Au revoir. Oh, hello, Sophia.
Hello, Eddie. Oh, Eddie, I never noticed that beauty mark on your neck.
What beauty mark?
That one!
I ran into this man at the produce counter, and he asked me to play tennis with him tonight, but I forgot that Big Daddy's baby brother, my dearest and nearest relative, is flying in at 7. This is such a dilemma. Whatever am I going to do?
Blanche, it doesn't sound like a dilemma at all.
You know, Rose, you're right. Family you can see anytime, but a one-night stay...
Rose, honey, there is nothing to be nervous about. Honey, the press wants to meet you because Gorbachev really respects your views on world peace. Boy, you know, when you say it out loud, it really sort of lays there.
Just steal money out of his wallet while he's in the shower.
We've agreed to keep our finances separate. He insisted on it.
Well, that's good, at least.
He even suggested that since we'll need a bigger place to live, I should give him my half of the money now, before I even get there, so that it'll be our place, not his, right from the start.
To the wedding.
Doug.
I got an anesthesiologist, but you won't feel anything.
Doug.
All right, Doug. But listen, don't you forget, you be careful. This man is on loan from the Blanche Devereaux collection.
Exactly. Good morning.
Well, good morning.
Rose Nyland, you little devil, just look at you.
Why?
Don't you get coy with me now, I can tell.
Blanche, I don't think you're going to have to worry. It's not going to happen.
Has anybody seen a small bottle of pills?
Brown bottle, Patton's Pharmacy label, your name on the prescription?
Yeah.
Never saw it.
Ma.
All right, yesterday I was looking for the oregano and accidentally knocked them into the sink. I forgot all about...
I'm getting called by Susan Harris saying, is there anything you can do to get B. Arthur to do this show? Because we'd worked together on Maude. And I said, oh, I've been wanting to work with her again. I'll give her a call. I called B. And I said, what is the matter with you? This is the best...
North Star can be our guide.
I love you too, Rose. That's not the North Star. That's the tower of the all-Spanish radio station.
Fine, much more reliable. And it doesn't disappear in the daylight.
Rose, I think I'm gonna puke.
Okay, break's over. Let's pretend we know what we're doing and try to turn a buck. Come on, girls. Give it all you got. Remember the clinic and work hard. Remember your art and be proud. Remember an F sharp and blow. 1, 2, 1.
$200.
Sold.
When would you like the services?
Gee, I don't know.
Well, how about Thursday night?
Thursday night?
Crazy. Not Thursday, hell no.
Sorry, I forgot. The Cosby Show. How about Friday?
You have a TV guide we could check?
A trip to the hospital is the best thing for you.
You think I'm stupid? This scam has Shady Pines written all over it.
Ma, be serious.
Come on, we're all adults here. I see the way you've been eyeing my bedroom. Wouldn't a wet bar go great where the old lady is?
Ma, that's ridiculous. Why would I take you tomorrow for that commercial?
I said she was family. I'd do anything for that girl.
Well, is everybody ready for a spirited game of Guggenspritzer?
Guggenspritzer, you said we were going to play Monopoly.
I said it was like Monopoly, only instead of Atlantic City, they used St. Olaf geography.
Hey.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that I get such a kick out of your slogan.
That's his slogan? Look, everyone, Mr. Terrific?
22 years next fall. You must be Sophia.
And I'm Blanche Devereaux. It's such a pleasure to finally meet you.
Oh, you watch the show?
Why? How are
My name is Rose, and I'm an idiot.
Girls.
Blanche, you finally dressed.
Yeah, I went back to work.
Good for you.
And you know what I found out? The reason Donald rejected me was he has this strict personal rule against getting involved with anybody he's working with.
Dorothy, don't smash the Play-Doh.
Sorry.
Well, as far as doctors go, you've certainly seen the best.
The best don't exist anymore. The best are dead.
Well, I don't know about that.
You're the
bottom half is as good as his top half. I'm in love.
Boy, the timing of Jerry's visit works out perfectly for me. See, his birthday is in 2 weeks, and the office is giving him a surprise roast. So I have to come up with 1 or 2 things that I can kid him about. I can get away with it because he considers me a good friend.
There are variations.
You're a genius. All you people are brilliant. The Chinese invented pasta, you know. We take credit for it, but we just added oregano.
Well, all I can say at this point is
finding a waterfall. If you don't find anything in an hour, head back for the coastline, follow it around, and look for our fire. Now move. I said move!
Dorothy, should we be listening to Rose?
Quiet. I don't think we're allowed to talk while we work. Look, I'm mad enough at myself as it is. I mean, Stanley's Zborn act made me weak in the knees. What, you think I'm proud of that?
Who made the first move?
I guess I did. It was dark, and Stan stopped the car. I swear to you, I thought I was setting the parking brake.
Dorothy's Zborn act?
Rose!
Well, this is it.
All right, darling, come on, I'll go with you.
Dorothy.
Ma, where have you been?
I always think it's nice when you're in a hospital to walk around and cheer people.
Very different experience from when Stan and I were together. Here she is.
Well, what happened? How was it?
What?
What, you had a terrible time?
You had a wonderful time.
Honey, tell us what happened.
Arnie. I slept with him.
And?
He...
Well, we're about to find out. Here come the candidate and his campaign manager now.
Good afternoon. I'm here to respond to the media's speculation that I am having an affair with an unidentified woman. I have been the subject of many scurrilous...
Wait for my wedding night, honey. I couldn't. I had these urges. You know, in the South, we mature faster. I think it's the heat.
I think it's the gin.
Anyhow, my first was Billy. Oh.
Last week I left him a stool sample. If I can talk to him about that, you can tell him your
own. Leonard, help me out here. Where on that diet
is in her hand?
Blanche, I know I can't replace it, but I want to make it up to you. Listen, since this is our first night as roommates, I'd like to invite the 2 of you to dinner at my favorite restaurant.
Well, that's very sweet.
Thank you, Rose. Then we better hurry, because the strawberry blizzard...
Cashing the bonds, I get stuff. Con, St. Olaf, a small town, faces financial ruin. Well, that doesn't help clear anything up.
Oh, wait a minute, Blanche. There's another con. This is wrong. Now, come on, we're family. We always stick together. We may not always get along, but we've... And I vowed right then and there never, ever to fight over something so childish and silly again. My favorite!
I have a sister story I think you'll find interesting.
She didn't just break it, she made it so the eyes would never close again. She made Mrs.
I really thought Edith would be around longer. She was only 88 years old and in perfect health. Then one night, bingo, she closes her eyes and she's gone.
She died in her sleep.
What, are you deaf? I said she died playing bingo. Well, I guess Phyllis Gluckman will be my new best friend.
Ma, I thought you had...
Poor kid, a D minus.
That's because substitute teachers aren't authorized to impose the death penalty. Well, since Blanche is having dinner with Jamie, we have a very important decision to make.
How about pizza?
Sounds great.
Should we go healthy and get whole wheat crust and low fat?
Dorothy Zborn, this was the most bizarre evening I've ever spent with a man.
Including the time with the highlight team from Nicaragua?
She said one man. That was the most bizarre evening she ever spent with a team.
Those sandwiches, I am starving.
They're bacon, lettuce, and potato.
You Dorothy. Honestly, Rose, sometimes it's like pulling teeth to get a little compliment out of you.
What do you say, girls? Are you in this with me?
You bet we are, honey.
Oh. This is what friendship is all about. Banding together when the going gets tough. Sacrificing sleep and personal comfort.
Love you so much, and we wanted you to win so bad that we fudged some of the things on your biography.
Fudged? Fudge makes it sound cute. You lie.
We embellished, Rose. Oh, Rose, you do good things. I mean, you are the kindest, most decent human being we know.
Are you telling me Rebecca and Jeremy are planning to get married?
Yeah, I overheard them talking.
Maybe you misunderstood.
Please, me misunderstand? My bladder may be weak, my eyesight may be failing, my bones may be brittle. I see your point. Maybe you better double check.
See, you just have a little tickle in your throat. All right, come on, let's go. Jump on. Come on, let's
Blanche,
go.
please, please, my body aches.
Well, so does mine, honey. That's why I want to go out on this date.
Miss Manor, it was nice to meet you.
Oops.
Please, sit down.
Ma, as you know, Stan's been having difficulty making it on his own. Dr. Halpern believes that you can help him in his struggle to separate from me.
Sure I can. Stay away from my daughter, I'll have your legs broken.
Ma, will you try to be...
Rose is helping me make out an ironclad will.
Wait, you're using Rose as a lawyer?
I know what I'm doing. Every Thursday, I watch La Law.
I'll get it. Oh, hello there.
Is Sophia home?
Oh, hi, Duncan.
Hi, Sophia. The rest of the gang's waiting in the car. I'll take your suitcase.
Ma, you're really going, aren't you?
I try to tell you.
Tired to talk. Not that they would have listened. They were too busy sniffing the whiteout they'd stolen from typing class. I had to excuse them early. I mean, I just cannot get rid of this flu. And it keeps getting worse, not better.
But it's been months now.
Caroline's feelings, not Miles. Otherwise, why would he be here?
I was trying so hard to impress her.
I remember when we had to impress a man's parents, not his children. Boy, Mother Devereaux was dead set against me marrying George. She wanted her little boy to marry a virgin.
Disappointed. My mother wasn't exactly honest in sending in that picture.
I knew that. I have quite a few Janet Gaynors and frames around my house. Believe me, when you've been in a deep depression for a year and a half, nothing phases you.
Well, Eddie, what?
We had a neighbor in Minnesota who killed her husband. She backed over him with a combine, and she didn't even know she had done it until she found little bits of plaid in the corn. She said, funny, that looks like bits of Joe's plaid shirt. And that looks like bits of Joe's overall. And crackers.
Cheese and crackers, Rose. Not eggs gefluffed? Ham and Gunterhagens? Pigs in a Svengabluten?
No, but you sure know how to make a... Well, and everybody was paying such close attention. I just kind of got caught up in the moment. But it's lonely at the top. I don't want to be leader anymore. I nominate Dorothy. Dorothy, you're leader. What are you going to do?
My first official act is to banish you from my kingdom.
Oh, perfect man. Everyone seems so ordinary after Charlie.
Honey, it's just for dinner, and Charles would want you to eat.
Oh, Rose, be a friend. If you don't go, I can't go.
I know I'm going to regret this, and I know I'm going to have a miserable time, but I'll go.
Oh, that's the spirit. I'll go call the boys in the museum so I understand these things. You see now, for instance, this slash of color of red across the bottom, well, that represents the setting sun, and this jagged blue line, now that signifies the ocean. And then this spot of orange up here in the corner, that stands for the planets and man's eternal struggle against nature and the air. It looks like it was colorized by Ted Turner.
Now, just a minute.
But Al Clayton, this doesn't concern you. You're really going to regret this when you have to come begging on hands and knees for forgiveness.
Oh, then I shall never regret it because I never intend to apologize.
We'll see.
In the middle of a railway station.
Boy, you do it any place, don't you, Blanche?
Blanche is talking about coming back from Edna McCarthy's funeral.
Edna McCarthy is dead? Oh, my God, that's terrible. I just sent her a chain letter.
A toast.
Okay.
To finality and closure. To husbands being out of our lives and gone forever.
Oh, Dorothy!
No, wait. This is good. I mean, don't cry. Why are you crying?
Our husband...
To tell you sooner, but, well, I was afraid that you might not believe me.
And why should we, Miss Junior Prom 1946?
Why, you promised.
Dating the quarterback, she says. Buys her own corsage, spends the evening hiding in the basement, slow dancing with a rake.
Uh-huh. Well, bill the insurance company first. The state takes care of the rest. So, you have some concerns about Sunny Pastures.
Actually, they're more like complaints.
Oh, complaints. Oh, well, what you need to do is fill out these forms and mail them.
Zborn, I am shocked, and I want details.
I tell you, the night was just magical. We laughed, we danced, we drank, we cried, we did it all, even... No, I can't tell you, I'm too shy.
Die for Clams Casino. What's your point?
I don't know.
I'm asking about Edna.
Edna?
Your wife. Oh, hey. I'm sorry. I guess I just can't take a hit.
Excuse me. With that new toupee, I thought you were Ted Danson.
I just got it today. It hasn't had time to settle. Oh, wow. Is that Rumaki?
Stanley, what are you doing here?
I just came to see Kate.
Oh, she hasn't gotten here yet.
How did you know that she was coming?
Well, she left me a message on my machine.
Please shut up, Aunt Blanche.
You know, back in St. Olaf, we had a surefire method for getting babies to sleep.
If Herring, Elk, or anyone named Sven figures in this, I don't want to hear it.
Okay, I've got another one. Whenever my kids couldn't sleep, we always sang to them.
Just to make sure that you don't settle into old age.
So you're saying you make me vacuum and dust and scrape crusty stuff off the tile because you love me?
Honestly, it tickles me.
Pussycat.
Stanley, don't you think it's kind of a coincidence that you get a relapse on the very day the doctor says you're ready to move back into your own apartment?
What can I say? The heart's a funny organ.
I bet most of your organs get a laugh.
Blanche, I sense some hostility.
Good, because I hate you.
Miami, Miami, you've got style. Blue sky, sunshine, white sand by the mile. When you live in this town, each day is sublime. The coldest of winters are warm and divine.
See, if you put all the pieces together like this, then you see what the new me's gonna look like. See there, what do you think?
Why is everyone looking at a picture of Gavin McLeod?
No, Sophia, honey, this is a collage of all the things I'm going to have done to my face.
So you're going ahead with the plastic surgery, huh?
I sure am.
Bridget packed a delicious meal and drove me to the country for breakfast. Oh, we took a walk and we picked wildflowers and we rolled up our pant legs and waded in the creek. And then guess what?
Julie Andrews showed up. You all fed deer from your hand and sang If I Had a Hammer.
Rose, sounds good.
What is his temperature, Blanche?
I do not know, Dorothy. Even with perfect eyesight, nobody can read one of these things.
Oh my God, it's 103.2.
The poor baby.
Oh, we better contact his parents. Anyway, we were just a few miles out of town.
You know, I am a little tired. I think I will lie down.
I'm tired myself.
Me too.
I'm exhausted.
Fine, but I'm warning you all right now. I'm telling the rest of that story as soon as you get up.
Bothers you. Put a pillow over my face. How could I sleep with that racket?
What racket?
Your pencil.
My pencil?
You're pressing too hard.
He's always so guilty, he ends up giving the really expensive gifts to the wife.
Look, I didn't choose for things to happen this way. I tried to do the right thing, but the right thing was not right for me. I'm in love. And if there are sacrifices that have to be made, I can accept them. I'm happy. And that's what matters.
Sophia, I don't believe this.
What's wrong, Blanche?
It's Derek. He's gone. What's more, nobody here has seen him or even knows him. And what's worse, I think maybe he stole my necklace. Can it be that his sweet words meant nothing? That he was just after my jewelry?
Blanche, attend the priest. You know I can't cut loose with a priest around.
Sophia, he happens to be a very nice man.
He gives me the creeps. He's been following me. They always follow the old people. It's like parking tickets. They got a last rights quota.
Sophia, there.
To spend that much time with people who are old and sick and frail.
Oh, that reminds me, I got mahjong tomorrow.
Well, anyway, we wanted to pick up your spirits, Rose, so close your eyes. Close your eyes.
Oh, very funny. 100-year-old oak tree.
Because Frida Claxton is a miserable, vile, scum-sucking crank who gives nice old ladies like me a bad name. Believe me, she's a totally rotten human being.
Well, I, for one, don't think there is such a thing as a totally rotten human being. I think there's some good in everybody.
This has been a great day, Mr. Matsumo.
Toshiro.
This has been a great day, Toshiro. And driving your lawn boy was so exciting.
Find out just how.
Blanche! Oh. Now, look here, Eddie. Now, you listen to me. Dorothy has decided she wants nothing more to do with you. I can't understand why, because I think you have about the cutest ears I've ever seen on a man in my entire life. They make you kind of look like
Dorothy. I'm proud of you.
Oh, thanks, Ma. Please don't let them take me!
What are you reading, Blanche?
Oh, I'm checking on the weather in the Bahamas. It's going. And she still hasn't worn your sweatshirt.
Thank you. I called the diocese like you told me, Dorothy. The Pope will be here any minute to pick up the ring.
The Pope's coming here?
And that is about to erupt from a man who just spent a cold, lonely year cooped up with a pack of dwarfs. I'm not sure. All I know is the sight of a Santa sets my body aflame with unbridled desire. Come true if you just believe. All you have to do is believe.
Oh, I do believe. I do believe in sluts. Ma, what's wrong?
Leap year? Full moon? Oh my God, the curse.
Ma, he is not a newsstand. He's a new stand.
Then you can see the change.
I'm waiting for the change. That was a 5 I handed you.
Look, Stan, old Stan, new Stan, tastes great, less filling Stan. The point is,
Be a decent, honest person. You think maybe you could just love me for that?
I already do.
Then you forgive me?
Of course I forgive you. But I'll tell you, if you ever pull it...
I bet it'll be easier than you think.
Yeah, especially now that you have an alternative. If things get too tough at home, you can always come here and live with us.
Well,
Bye, Connie.
Bye, honey.
Dorothy.
I love you. Bye.
Rose.
my bullhorn. Oh, this is the only thing I have left from my one day as a mountain rangerette. Hey, you! Get out of the pass. This is avalanche country.
What about this? You still want this old camera?
Where did you find that? That was Charlie's camera. And it's...
I love your lasagna.
Oh, you're just saying that to make me feel better.
Is it working?
Like a charm.
To me, these feathered fools are so much meat. I and mine shall dine bon appetit.
And from that day to this, Turkey Lurkey, Goosey Lucy, and Henny Penny.
Why am I still unhappy?
Well, all I know is you would not believe the progress that Stanley is making. As a matter of fact, I was going to invite you to one of his sessions with Dr. Halpern.
The psychiatrist? Please. In the old days, we didn't need psychiatrists. You had a problem, you fought, you drank, you got a...
People don't have dandruff. God figures they've been through enough already.
Hello, you must be Michael's mother.
And you must be Lorraine's mother. We weren't expecting you until tomorrow.
So good to see you, Sophia. So good to see. Ah, and this must be Dorothea. You know, you probably don't remember, but over 50 years ago, I held you naked in my arms.
And you peed on his suit.
Module.
Oh, that does it. Rose, I would never lie about the U.S. space program. Awkward when it comes to my body, huh? No coordination? You want to see your body defy the laws of nature, physics, and Dade County? Same old Rose.
Same old Rose.
Oh, anyway, he was a great entertainer. We thought for a while he was a great little dancer, too, till we discovered he had 2 left wings. He'd just shuffle along there. Oh, how he loved music, especially Gilbert and Sullivan. Oh,
Hey, now, Angela, there's something I want to give you. Here.
That's a necklace Mama gave you.
I know, I want you to have it. It's my way of apologizing for the way I acted.
Oh, Sophia, this is the nicest thing anybody ever gave me.
Don't get all choked.
what was that you had?
Trout.
What do they call it in French?
Le trout.
Oh, French is such a romantic language. Oh, I love the food, I love the wine, and especially the company.
Rose, I've been putting this off all evening, but there's something I want to talk to you about.
Where did those pants come from?
According to the label, The Gap.
Hold it, Dorothy. Don't you get it? Holly has company. Well, nice going, girl. I think you're right. Well, whose favorite is the peanut butter vanilla? Oh, it must be mine. Just put that in the freezer for me, would you, Rose? Friedenfrugans. What a lovely idea. If we'd had them in the old days, we wouldn't have had to fight that disruptive civil war.
Look, she was going for.
Rose, just because you had one bad experience doesn't mean you shouldn't confront Dr. Norgan now. You were taken advantage of.
Blanche, I was groggy, and I'm not 100% sure he did it. And as far as being taken advantage of, look who's talking.
A minute's by herself out in the car. We're really going to have to be there for Ma.
Oh, Dorothy, Sophia's like my own mother. Until she feels better, I'm not going to think about anything else. My car! It's ruined!
It's just a little scratch. I can live with it.
What did you do?
If I...
Dorothy! Dorothy! I got a Charlie horse, and I can't make it. Shake it off him!
About that. Hi.
Hi, Blanche. How are you?
Oh, never mind me. How about you?
Coming along. The doctor told me to keep my life nice and dull. No more excitement for a while. Oh, by the way.
I hate you. Anyway, Ollie and...
Oh, good. Here they are. Come in, girls.
Hi, I'm Marlon. This is Jackie. We're from...
You bimbo.
How childish to resort to name-calling, you Jezebel.
Floozy.
Tramp.
I am a tramp. Blanche, have you heard the latest ad campaigns? Join the Navy, see the world.
Well, Bushman awaits. You know, I learned something tonight. A relationship is more than sex and fun and videos and good times. Thank God this isn't a relationship.
We can't kill you here because there are cameras. Now, how did this happen?
Oh, I don't know. They just said they wanted two women who loved each other and slept together.
We do not sleep together.
Yes, you did. Last month when Blanche was having her room repainted. Too far away because I'm afraid they'll be painful. It's the hardest on holidays or when I'm lying in bed alone at night. But remembering Charlie with you is wonderful. I'm glad I met you, buddy. But I don't love you.
Use the knife.
Blanche, what are you doing? I thought we...
A tip on a giraffe in a 6 race.
Pop sure taught me a lot about sibling rivalry that day. When we got home, I went right over to the baby and said, "I love you, Phil." Now, wait. I wrote it on him.
Directions on it?
Oh, honey, we've made these Sundays hundreds of times. We don't need directions.
No, I mean directions for the wedding. I promised to get the cake there by 8 o'clock.
Do you believe her? She doesn't stop for a minute.
I don't agree with it, but I do understand the thinking behind it. My granddaddy was the same way. He always said, idle hands are the devil's workshop. There's nothing else we can do.
Blanche, it'll be easy. The children are dropped off in the morning and they're picked up by 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Now, here's something here. How about sponging?
But what's that?
Says here, spongers help cool off the walkers by sponging and rubbing down their hot bodies as they pump their way through greater Miami.
Doesn't make much sense, does it, Blanche? I mean, get them all.
Pack, we're leaving early.
No, it's important.
Mother, there's nothing to talk about.
Oh, yes, there is. And I should have done it a long time ago. Kirsten, your father wasn't who you thought he was.
I don't think it's necessary. I saw him away from being a potato.
Yeah, well, I gotta get up early tomorrow. I need to get to sleep, Dorothy.
Yeah, you're wearing your toupee to bed. That means one of two things. Either there's a woman in your bed or Suzanne Summers is on The Tonight Show.
Would you get to your point, Dorothy?
I didn't come here to see you. I came here to talk to her. Nice.
I'm working off all my excess sexual energy.
Why don't we just hook you up to the toaster and make Pop-Tarts?
Don't make fun, Dorothy. This is the 5th Friday night in a row I haven't had a date.
Honey, you're just in a little slump.
Is that what this is? I've never been in one before.
Do that.
Yes, I do. I've just been in dry dock. I'm back now. I'm suited up, Coach. Put me back in the game.
Okay, but you have to listen to everything I say. When I say jump, you say on who.
You two were victims of the oldest confidence game going. The pigeon drop.
But he just seems so honest.
Well, that's why it's called a confidence game. I mean, he has to win your confidence or you wouldn't put up the money.
It wasn't his idea. The nun suggested it.
She was part of the team. They always...
Who the hell is this? Dorothy, nice to hear from you. How's the vacation? Good. Well, nothing's happening here. Take care. Find out it's a musical?
So, Jean and Rose aren't back yet?
No, they're probably having lunch together again.
They certainly have hit it off, haven't they?
I'm so glad. Jean's really such a lovely person.
Oh, yes, she is. Lovely.
But I still wanted it to be just mine, you know, and I was afraid that you might take that part away. And I was feeling jealous and lonely and God knows what else.
Magenta.
Excuse me?
Magenta. That's what I call it. Oh, Sophia, did they deliver my new bed?
Yeah, and they were here all day setting it up.
All day for that simple little bed?
Simple? I haven't seen so much brass since the brass knuckle at RV show at the Palermo Hilton.
I don't believe it. They delivered the wrong bed.
Blanche, do you think...
Not now.
You.
God said you'd say that.
Ma!
He said you'd say that, too.
Ma, stop this.
3 for 3.
Ma, this is ridiculous. You don't want to be a nun.
Yes, I do, Dorothy. God reminded me today that I've always had a dream, a very private dream, one I never talked about. When I was growing up, I wanted to join the con.
Bye-bye, Grandma.
Be good, Michael.
Rose,
Want to share a taxi to the airport?
sounds great.
Make sure that's all you share.
You two have a safe trip.
Bye-bye, Mom.
Girls, how do I look? Girls, but all they had left were petites.
So what did you buy? Shoes?
I'm a petite. I better get over there. I need a black dress for Dr. Silvano's funeral.
Dr. Silvano died 2 months ago. You went to his funeral.
Right, I can't.
You were saying, Blanche?
Well, it's just breaking my heart. I've never cared for a man as much as Fidel Santo Domingo.
Santiago.
Oh, whatever. The point is, he's rich, he's handsome, and we were made for...
And at 3 o'clock, we're going to visit the wreck of the Santa Juanita, and then we'll finish off the day with a sunset hike up the mountain to explore a dormant volcano. All right, forget the volcano.
No, Rose, I just killed a mosquito once. And then afterwards we went for coffee, and then one thing led to another, and we wound up here. Well, is that so bad?
I can't believe you. Are you actually standing here telling your own mother you had sex with a complete stranger?
No, but it was an incredible simulation.
Hi, girls.
Oh, Rose, I missed you at breakfast. Did you and Miles have fun last night?
Oh, yes. We had dinner at the Mandarin Ratskeller, that new Chinese-German restaurant.
How was it?
Oh, the food was good. But an hour later, Miles and I were both hungry.
For power. Rose so long at that job interview.
I mean, if she's taking this long, that's a good sign, isn't it? I mean, how long does it take to say no?
What are you asking her for? She never said no in her life.
You know, just to be on the safe side, when she gets home, we shouldn't ask her what happened. We should just keep the conversation in a...
I told you I would pick up the cake.
Oh, I know, but back where I come from, most people won't eat store-bought.
Rose, where you come from, most people live in windmills and make love to polka music.
Stop it, Dorothy. You're making me homesick.
Yeah, dump him like you do all the rest.
Well, ordinarily I would, but how can I do that? He's been dreaming of me for over a year, and I care about him. I mean, I care about him when he's a soldier. Oh, I said things to him last night I've never said to anybody. Clean things. Oh.
You think we'll stay like this always?
I think eventually we'll have to go to the bathroom.
And you'll love me always?
Always.
Because I won't always look like this, you know.
Honey, you don't look like you did 10 years ago, but that hasn't...
Around the bed?
As enticing as the offer is, we really must pass.
Oh, scusamente. Oh, if you ladies don't want to party, there are plenty of younger girls who work here that'll take our money.
Girls who'll take their money. Do you know what he thinks we are?
Waitresses?
No.
How was your lunch with Jamie?
It was magical. We talked for hours all about George. How George loved me, how George could never take his eyes off me, how George used to have to save his money so he could buy presents good enough for me. Oh, it felt so good talking about George. Almost.
Oh, and your presents and your designer luggage, and you think you're better than everybody else. You have everything. Do you have to have Ma, too? I mean, all these years you've been her favorite. All I wanted was this time with her.
Dorothy, you are crazy. You're Ma's favorite. You always have been.
Oh, come on, Gloria. You're the one who always got all the...
Hi, girls.
How'd it go, Blanche?
Oh,
Rose, excuse me, we'll get back to your fascinating hospital story later.
Ted and Lucy said that we could have the baby again next month when they go away for a weekend.
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, I'm so excited.
hello, everybody.
Blanche, what are you doing here? Is something wrong? I mean, we didn't expect you like this, Rose. Ma, I think it's time that you explained all this nonsense about getting married.
It's not nonsense.
And we're gonna do it right away.
Look, Dorothy, I know that you'll probably find it hard to understand.
Obviously, better security.
Oh, Dorothy, the art in this room is magnificent. I know, I work in a museum. I'm an art expert. Oh, look at this Renoir.
Actually, that's a Seurat. His signature style was pointillism. Notice how the little dots of color seem to blend together from a distance?
We have your backing. You want to let go of my hand now?
I think he means right now.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed this as much as I have. Goodbye, ladies.
Goodbye, Mr. President.
Of defeat.
I don't know why you play cards with your mother. It just makes you crazy.
You're absolutely right, Blanche. This has gone on far too long. Mom, I am not playing gin with you anymore.
You'll be back. You know why? You're too competitive. It's always been your worst feature. Actually, your ears.
A geek is more like, you know, somebody with no friends, stays home every Saturday night, nose always buried in a book.
One word out of you and I cut off your supply of Metamucil. Look, Kevin, the reason you're in this trouble...
You won't, Daddy. Now put that guitar down. I want to talk to you.
What's the matter?
Well, I don't know what's gotten into you. Daddy, you're no singer.
Well, I know I'm no Hank Williams yet,
Oh, no,
but...
that's not what I meant. I mean, at your age, just out of nowhere to decide you're going to go off.
Nerves get a bit jangled at these events. Perhaps you would care to discuss one of my paintings?
That would be lovely.
Good, good. Now, shall we start here? Now, do you see how I echo Monet with my brush strokes?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes. And do you see how I show darkness with single points of light?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
And down.
I thought you did.
Of course, that way, not only does your face fall back, but your chest does too. Unfortunately, it falls back and off to the side.
What do you mean? I mean, that part wasn't in my dream. That means the dream's broken. We're going back to Miami. We're going to be all right.
Not me. Well, you two faced your fears. Dorothy got on the plane. You faced your dream. I didn't give my speech.
Give it now. Yeah. Yes. Go on. Now you wrote it. You give it. Go on. You can do it.
Every couple of weeks, you bring a little class to Bushman's place.
Why, Mel Bushman, are you saying you love me?
Yeah. I love you. I love you the way we are now. But, sweetheart, you start with relationships and love, and I gotta put on a tie twice a week to eat food I can't even see.
We'll need help making decisions. That's the way it was with Thor, our pet lamb. From the time he was first separated from his mother, he wouldn't eat, he wouldn't sleep, he wouldn't frolic with the other sheep.
You're slipping into verse, Rose. Keep it simple.
Daddy got the idea of...
And I've never regretted it.
Oh, Blanche, that's a beautiful story. Oh, that must have taken real courage for both of you.
And it's terrible to think that the two of you were almost kept apart just because Benjamin was black.
Black trapeze.
Excuse me. Did you know that the guy who wrote Silent Night was also the original choice for Potsy on Happy Days?
The mighty have fallen.
This place is always filled with such nice people. Years ago when I, had...
A lot about the two of us.
No, what do you mean?
The one thing you never do is treat me like an old lady. You treat me like a person. I appreciate that. You're a good daughter, Dorothy.
I'm overwhelmed. I don't know what to say.
He just wouldn't take no for an answer. So I finally just had to tell him straight out that I didn't feel about him the way he felt about me. It had nothing to do with his size. It was simply that I could never become seriously involved with anybody in show business.
Living in a slum. Now I'll never get a woman to come over to my place. Not with these bugs. Okay, and this body. But mainly the bugs.
Angelo, take me to your apartment.
Blinded by my beauty.
Blanche!
Oh, my God.
Want a glass of water to wash down your foot?
Blanche, was there something you didn't realize the other night?
Oh, you mean about you being blind? Problem is, I just don't know what it is you like about me. See, I'm used to men liking me for my looks, at least partly, and you don't.
I sure don't. As a matter of fact, I'm glad I never have to look at you.
Hi, Sophia. Boy, I tell you, there is nothing more invigorating than spending a little time on a boat.
Oh, yeah? Not when I sailed to America. Picture it. There we were, a tired, poor, huddled mass, eating marinara sauce out of...
Boat club. And that's where I first met Eddie, the aqua midget.
He was a blue midget?
Don't be ridiculous. He was a diving midget. That was his act. He used to jump off and just like her.
You have one at home, too?
One at home? What am I, a cocker spaniel? Why don't you just give me an old sock to chew on? You know, I'm glad you showed up. There's something important we didn't discuss this afternoon, and I'd like to get that cleared up before we talk about anything else.
What is it?
That's very good. I like a roommate with a sense of humor. My last two roommates were two old sticks in the mud from Minnesota. Oh. Tell me a little about yourself.
Well, my name is Rose Nyland, and I'm from Minnesota.
Stop it, girl. You're killing me.
Oh, but
I'm sorry.
I thought you'd be happy.
You want me to be happy? Help me put away the dishes.
You still angry with me?
I was never really angry. I was worried.
Have problems. Marital problems.
Excuse me, honey. Hello. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Schechter. Oh, that is good news. Great news. Yeah, I'm very happy for you. Congratulations. Goodbye, Mr. Schechter. Mr. Schechter peed.
Rose, so nice to see you.
how was your trip, Clay?
Oh, fine. It just went by in no time.
Well, that usually means he met a stewardess he liked.
Blanche.
Lunch, dinner, or drinks?
Dinner.
Oh.
I'm beginning to see the family resemblance.
Honey, come on inside. I'll get you all settled down, and then I want to tell you all the wonderful things I have planned.
Oh, poor Blanche.
Blanche, I know you need some time to think it over.
You're damn right I do. We're talking about a vital organ in my body here.
I know.
You gonna give it to her or not?
But you always took him when you couldn't get a date.
I don't have a date either, Rose. We can hang out together at the sweet table and guess people's weight.
Oh, I have a date, Sophia. It's just not Cousin Arnold.
Good. I never liked your cousin Arnold.
You had a date. Anyone we know?
Isaac?
Excuse me?
Isaac.
I am chairman of the planning committee. So, Mr. Smallins, could you tell us a little something about your background?
Well, I've been running VIP catering for 5 years. Before that, I was a cook in the Navy for 25 years. I can cook chipped beef for 1,500 or Chateaubriand for 2.
No, Mr. Smallins, what I meant was, are you married?
No, a mail is forwarded.
Thanks, I'd appreciate that.
Oh, Rose. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
It's not hurting it at the moment, but I'm double jointed.
That's very interesting.
Dr. Ashley, the reason we came to the counseling center is that we're roommates and we've been having problems at home that we need to work out.
Before we get to the...
Oh, Dorothy, by any chance, did you borrow my pearl handle 6-shooter?
Blanche, you look ridiculous.
Well, I do not. I'm a cowgirl. Yippee-I-O-K-Y.
Kaye.
Psychiatry is not a science.
Then why did you suggest I see one?
Because what you have is not scientific. What else was I going to do? Send you to New Mexico to a shaman? There's nothing wrong with you, Dorothy, except what happens to all of us. In case you haven't noticed, you're not 30. Take a cruise, Dorothy.
Ma, I need support now, please. Honey, no jokes. No, I told you so.
Of course not. Dot. Doc, I've got a truck. Hey, listen to me, I'm a beetle.
Wasting the taxpayers' money. Yank out that tree and start pouring cement.
Mrs. Claxton, think about what you're doing. That beautiful old tree is 200 years old. How can you hate a living thing?
I hate you.
That's it. I have had all I'm going to take from...
Well, it's not a bad idea, but I'm a little embarrassed.
Oh, me too.
Embarrassed? Well, there's no reason to be embarrassed. Now, these are discreet professionals. This is a private matter. Whatever we buy is nobody's business but our own.
I'd like two things in this world, as Cecilia knows. When pasta sticks to a wall, it's done. When a body sticks to cement, it's dead.
Why did it have to happen? 9 o'clock in the morning. You're eating a bowl of pasta?
No, I'm eating a bowl of Nabisco Zitios. Of course I'm eating pasta. I need to gain weight. I'm wasting away, Dorothy.
What do you mean?
I got weighed this morning. I couldn't believe what I saw. 98 pounds.
What are you usually? 3 people who look like Sam Snead with a hormone problem.
Look, you two stay here. I'm going to check out the rest of the locker room. I think I'll start out with a jacuzzi.
You don't know where the jacuzzi is?
Yeah, it's just down the hall, second door. I'll ask somebody.
This has been a nightmare.
Me too. Lunch is all set up out on the lanai. Your father tells me you're a classical musician. What do you play?
The English horn.
I didn't know horns had nationalities. But I guess it makes sense if jumping beans can be Mexican and fire drills can be Chinese and flies can be Spanish.
He pinched me.
It's a reflex. He's Italian.
Adesso incominciamo con le cose semplici.
We'll start with the simplest of jobs.
Installare la finestra.
Installing the window.
Hey, why don't you come to the studio and we can start right after?
Perfect. Just perfect. Dorothy, to us.
More goofy pictures! That's my minor point. My major point is that, like Rosie, you're screwing around in the bedroom when there are important things to do outside.
Yeah, I can't believe it. That makes sense. I mean, you went the long way around, but that actually makes sense.
Ma, we got something really important to tell you.
It can wait. Dorothy, you remember Myron, don't you?
Listen, Ma, we gotta talk now.
Don't be rude, Dorothy. We have a guest. Don't you have something to say, Myron?
Dorothy, I was wondering if you would do me the honor of going out with me tomorrow night.
Well, what do you say, Dorothy?
Great news. I stopped by the courthouse this morning and got a copy of our property map. The tree definitely belongs to Mr. Barton, and it is his responsibility to remove it.
Play it safe. Stick with the curse.
Oh, Mom. Well, I've stayed with you all these years. Honey! Oh!
Hello, Princess.
Daddy.
Oh,
Oh, honey, so good to see you again.
You look wonderful.
I guess you have some pretty big news for us, huh, Kate?
Rose, why don't give them their privacy?
You miserable.
Oh, would you two knock it off? It's time for another world.
You can't watch Another World.
And why not?
Because you watched it yesterday.
That's exactly why I have to watch it today, Dorothy, to find out what happens. That's why they always say stay tuned for the continuing story of Another World. Too bad blood in one another. So I want to know why I overheard you on the telephone telling Anita Rubaker that I had my tubes tied.
I said you bought a tube top. When did you have your tubes tied?
I didn't. If I had, it would have been about the same time you had your nose done.
I never had my nose done. Rose is
special and something personal. I know. How about a personal check for $75? And on the bottom, I'm going to write, because I was a big fat jerk.
Blanche, I don't want your check.
Dorothy, please, I am trying desperately to find some way to tell you I'm sorry.
All right. Okay, I will take the check, but I'm not going to cash it. It's an awful lot to digest at once. You know, I mean, first you surprise me, and then the engagement, and then Lorraine.
I really love her, Mom.
That's all that matters. I mean it. I'm very happy for you. You threw me out of your crummy club.
I'll start working on it just as soon as I finish with the invitations for you-know-whose wedding.
Look, Rose, I would rather not talk about Ma's wedding.
Dorothy, don't you think it's time you gave her your blessing? We've hired a caterer. We've ordered the flowers. The invitations are being sent out.
Blanche, how...
You are not going to go because you are not guilty.
I understand you can have anything for your last meal. Just ice cream if you want.
I think I'm going to be sick.
You're not helping, Rose. It's almost as though you believe Blanche is guilty.
Well, she lied about my earrings.
It's okay. Look, you can hardly see it anymore.
Oh, let me introduce my friends. This is Rose and Blanche.
Oh, what a charming old world couple. Welcome to Miami.
Ma questo mi sembra una donna di strada.
You told me I was the only woman in your life. You've insulted my sister's honor.
I don't know what to say.
I'll tell you what to say. Say ouch! Say that hurt! Say please stop hitting me! Say it again!
So the two of you just...
Dorothy, he's perfect for you. He knows your shoe size and he doesn't care.
It's late. Why didn't somebody wake me up?
Because the last time I walked into your bedroom unannounced, some guy missed the trampoline and almost killed me.
That is exactly the kind of thing I don't want.
Well, that was because no one liked you.
This is why when I was a kid, I had an imaginary mother.
I can't believe it. Buzz Mueller just called. He's in town.
Buzz Mueller?
I haven't seen Buzz in almost 40 years since we were dating in high school.
Rose, I didn't...
Tell is gonna change my mind.
Not even the one we could tell your father about how his car got dented while you were doing wheelies and not while it was sitting in the parking lot?
You wouldn't do that, would you?
Hey, she's your grandmother. Has she ever lied to you?
All night talking.
I'm going to bed.
She doesn't feel like talking.
But I got chocolate macadamia nut cheesecake and rum raisin ice cream.
Oh, all right. Start cutting, you scoop.
Ah, that's my girl. So, did you decide what you're gonna do?
No. Oh, my luck.
I dreamt my Uncle Giuseppe came down from heaven and was pointing a finger at me. I think it was a finger. And he was warning me if I did a certain thing, I wouldn't get into heaven.
What thing?
Try murder.
It was just a dream, Sophia.
It's not just 100%?
100%.
Tip-top?
Tip-top.
Then, Mr. 100% tip-top, why the hell does she feel like hell?
Look, Ma...
Wait, I gotta hear this.
It could be functional.
Functional?
Mental.
Mental. Well, let me tell you something, Mr. 100% tip.
Gold.
I still don't understand the problem. He was wearing a dress.
Oh, my goodness, you're as cute as Dorothy said you'd be. That never happens.
Well, a lot of my ex-students were surprised that I wasn't older, but they failed to realize I started teaching right out of college. I really wasn't much older than they were.
I don't think I can stand it much longer. My body feels like a Corvette up on blocks with its engine racing and the wheels just spinning and spinning with nowhere to go. I feel like I'm going to explode. Dorothy, you have to help me. You have to do something.
Honey, there's nothing I can do, so get that look out of your eye and let go of my hand.
No, I have a feeling you and I are going to be the best of friends.
Rose, there's something we need to talk about. It's about you and Daddy.
I know it seems like a crazy match. A college professor and a farmer's daughter. But somehow what we have together seems to work.
Rose, it's only been a year since my mother...
We will.
Fine.
Fine. Oh, that jerk! Trying to intimidate us. Just who does he think he is? What is it, mouth?
Back home, most people start off with how do.
Your roots.
Why should I do this for you? First, you left me at the altar. You shamed me. You shamed my father. You left me with a sullied reputation.
But we didn't do anything.
Well, how do you think that made me look?
I was a kid. I was scared that if I got married and had a family, I never would get out of that village.
My first house didn't cost that much.
Mr. Pfeiffer, we have already told you, we are bereaved on a budget. Now, if you can't accommodate us, we'll find someone who can.
You know, the Avante Supreme is a big seller. That retails for just $3,000.
What do you call this one?
A pine box.
How much?
It came with my wallet.
Ma, I am furious with you.
Think of how mad your date's gonna be when he finds out he's not going out with Janet Gaynor.
Oh, God.
Now, Dorothy.
Just remember how important first impression.
In town.
Ma.
Hey, some of Italy's finest sopranos were former mayors.
Hi, Rose.
Outside that we can't do right here.
You promised us we could pee in the woods.
Get away from that couch.
I have an idea. Who's in the mood for some real camp-out food? I have beans, I have...
In the morning that you just want to take your grapefruit and shove it in her face. Hard. As hard as she can stand it.
Boy, I'd like to see who was runner-up for maid of honor.
These people, and you're all going to Cancun?
Yeah, one of them has a condo down there.
Ma, you were listening at the door last night, weren't you?
No, I swear on your father's grave. Or what used to be your father's grave. Now it's a Duena Schnitzel. But he always liked a pup, so I never made a fuss.
Everybody.
Miles?
No, make up a detective name.
No, Miles, there is a detective in the bushes. Come on out, right now.
I'm not really supposed to let you see me. It's like a rule.
Out.
Sophia, now just relax. We're just going over our lines for The Sound of Music.
Oh, thank God.
Whoop, it is really coming down.
What's coming down?
The Liberace. Well, I'm ready for John. Oh, I've waited a long time for this night.
Dorothy, I'm begging you, don't go out with this guy. He hurt you once, he'll hurt you again.
I am not going out with him.
But you said you were going to make him suffer. Don't you have to date a man to do that?
Not this time. No.
Stupid. I could see there was something about Alvin that wasn't right.
Ma, he has Alzheimer's disease. I met his daughter down at the boardwalk. She said that when he first started wandering off, she followed him everywhere.
Try 10 days without a bowel movement sometime.
You just sit there hour after hour after hour.
I didn't know what to have for dinner. How about splitting a pepperoni pizza?
Sure, you buying?
Does a pepperoni swim upstream?
Did once, let's go.
I'm afraid I don't understand, Sophia. They look up to you. They seek your advice.
I even tried to help her find her little old gypsy mama.
Well, I lied to Stan. I used to tell him how great he was in bed. It was really very difficult, but fortunately, I only had to tell him on his birthday. I quit my job at Borealis. I'm going back to teaching, which means I'm really going to have to tighten the purse strings around here.
And this affects me how?
Ma, you're not making this any easier. I quit because I wasn't happy there. Would you want me to stay someplace I was all a big mistake?
Voila.
Oh, will you? All my keys are bent.
Don't just stand there, applaud them.
Oh.
Sir, I caught this old lady assaulting a man over the last tube of Preparation H. The tube broke and it's all over aisle 7. I detained her for scooping up the rest of the ointment and putting it in her purse.
Oh. Gee, she could have at least said goodbye.
Oh, it's you. I thought maybe Sophia had come home. You mean to tell me that somebody actually juggled herring?
No, it was the herring who did the juggling. Tiny little Ginsu knives. Really very dangerous. I mean, one false move, they could have filleted themselves. Take a while to warm up, but once I get going, I can turn your topsoil till the cows come home.
Rose, please.
Want to see some Polaroids of me in my tennis skirt?
Look, Rose, I'm flattered, and please, no offense, but you're just not my type.
But Blanche was in denial.
Look, Fluffhead. Why should I deny being in denial when I never said I was in denial? You are the one who said I was in denial, and don't you deny it.
Listen, Dorothy, why is she coming here then?
Well, she's here on business. She's a world-renowned flautist.
She plays the flute.
No, Dorothy, she plays the flout. It's a Scandinavian instrument that looks like a tuba, except it's got hair on the bottom. Of course she plays the flute.
Weasel of a manager wouldn't budge an inch. He pushed us to the wall. Now it's all-out war.
What do you mean, Ma?
Tomorrow morning, all chow wagon employees over the age of 70 are officially out on strike.
You're gonna pick at the restaurant?
No, Rose, we're gonna put on war paint and shoot flaming arrows at the covered wagon out front.
Brother, can you spare a dime?
Ida, I know it's rough by yourself. I count my blessings that I have my Dorothy to look after me. But you can't.
Sounds like you've already made up your mind.
I guess I have. Oh, but I feel awful about leaving you guys. I feel like I'm breaking up the Three Musketeers.
Honey, you go with your heart. We just want you to be happy.
I am happy. And I want you to be happy. That's why I want you to settle.
When I had a severe attack of writer's block, my head was devoid of all ideas and thoughts.
That happens to me a lot.
Do you write?
No. Why do you ask?
Purple rain.
Sophia, where's Blanche? I have to talk to her about her car.
Purple rain.
Hi, Rose.
Blanche,
Did you leave something burning on the stove?
What? I don't think so.
It was nothing. Well, bottoms up.
Two of them have the lambskins, and the blonde has the ultra-sensitive in black.
Lambskins are $12.95. The blacks.
That thing's only a tramp would do. But now that you're dying, I mean, please forgive me, Blanche. I didn't know, please.
I am not dying, Rose, but I might as well be. It's menopause. Well, I wish I could die, because as far as I'm concerned, this is the end of my life.
And I love you.
Fine. Now keep your fat mouth shut so I can get some sleep.
Jean thinks she's in love with Rose.
standing on the balcony of the Von Trapp home, listening to artillery shells bursting in the distance, and you come running on from upstage, okay?
Okay. You ready?
Yes.
The Nazis are coming! The Nazis are coming!
Everybody, grab a gun and go to the basement. Come on.
Rose, who is this?
This is a friend. His name is Samuel. Samuel Plankmaker. Samuel, these are my roommates. Girls, you know Miles. Samuel! Believing that got me through some very rough times, Blanche. I mean, whenever I had a problem I couldn't solve, I'd just write Bob Hope a letter or go to one of his movies, and suddenly I was able to work it all out. All my life, I always felt he was there if I needed him. That's why I know he won't let me down now.
I don't know whether to
Place his. His dog lifted his leg on an electric fence. Poor Sparky. To show him how sorry I am, I'm gonna go to the pound and get him another pet.
Rose, I really think...
Who's she?
Sorry. This is my ex-wife, Dorothy. Dorothy, this is my soon-to-be ex-wife, Chrissy.
Hi. I want you back, Stickman. I need you back. I was so wrong to think I'd be happier with Jean-Paul. I realize that now. I can't spend another night without you in that big...
Honey, I'm sorry.
I'm not going back out there. He'll never miss me.
Well, of course he'll miss you, Rose. You're the one he came to see.
But he can talk to you. Why should he care about what I'd have to say? I'm just not smart enough to keep up.
Oh, now, Rose, that is not true.
It is, and you know it. I've never felt...
Of course.
I will never forget the night I made that discovery. It was during the spring cotillion. I was wearing a long white dress and my first push-up bra. And Bobby Buck McAllister and I were enjoying a glass of punch out on the veranda when a beam of moonlight hit my cleavage.
You miserable.
Oh, would you two knock it off? It's time for another world.
You can't watch Another World.
And why not?
Because you watched it yesterday.
That's exactly why I have to watch it today, Dorothy, to find out what happens. That's why they always say stay tuned for the continuing story of Another World.
Too bad, Black. We always did our own plumbing on the farm. Of course, we didn't actually get plumbing till I was 18.
Rose, tell me something. How difficult would it be for us to repair that bathroom ourselves?
Well, it wouldn't be difficult at all.
Oh, forget it. Forget it. It's a crazy idea.
You got that right. You know what she took back? A set of pearl earrings.
The ones I fell in love with at Jordan Marsh?
Yep. Ho, ho, ho.
Oh, Ma, who cares? Rose, I love it. No, this'll come in a lot handier than those pearl earrings. The next time I'm lost in the woods with a stack of pancakes.
Rhea, I gave those servicemen something even Mr. Bob Hope himself could not give them.
A rash?
Donuts. Dorothy, Big Daddy was part owner of a donut shop. Did you really think this was going to be a story?
You also know what a handsome doctor looks like. It doesn't mean you got one.
Sophia, she's right. 3 palm trees.
$10,000. Oh my God, we just won $10,000.
$10,000.
I don't believe $10,000. Split 4 ways, that's almost $2,000 apiece.
One is making promises and in celebration of Rose's miraculous recovery. I've decided I'm going to go out more. But she's going to be a lawyer and I can't go out?
You know, I've never been afraid of dying. That's because I'm not going to stay.
You made it without giving away my present. Sophia, you stop trying to make me tell you. Relax, Rose. Dorothy already told me what it is.
She did?
Yeah, what a present. Boy, was I surprised.
Dorothy, I didn't know you already told Sophia that her surprise was in
Rose.
Oh. He didn't call. He didn't come home. It's not like that. I've got to go find him. Could have gotten mugged. He could be lying out in a gutter somewhere, bleeding to death. It's worse than I thought.
to get him out of
Look,
here.
girls, I know how difficult it is living with Stanley. Don't forget, I did it for 38 years. But the man is recovering from major surgery. He needs us.
He is taking advantage of you.
He is sick. Now, he's the only one who can know when he's ready to leave. It has to be his decision.
Well, sometimes people...
Well, so-so. No, again, that was not mine. They sell bumper stickers out of the Thimble Museum. So, Rose, how about tomorrow night? Dinner at the usual, huh? And, you know, we've been putting off that trip to Zborn.
I couldn't eat another bite. I gotta tell you, even though you eat raw fish and you like to listen to a piano being tuned, I find you awfully cute.
Sophia, cuter.
Oh, sweetheart, let's promise we'll never, ever let something like this come between us again.
I promise. From now on, no more fighting.
Good.
By the way, how did you know I was here?
Well, that didn't last long, did it? Hello.
Hello, Sophia.
Oh, Sophia, how's Agnes?
About the same.
She's outside. She's bartering with the cabbie, you know. Imagine a man who would take cash over a rooster.
Well, tell us now, what brings you all to Florida?
Well, we are here to take our daughter back to Sicily for her wedding.
Yeah, but Gina came with you.
Gina is not our...
Comfortable. I must say I was a little bit surprised when you called me to give me back my job. That's why I wanted to explain.
There's nothing to explain. It was all a silly mistake. Champagne?
Oh, thank you. Ladies...
These are for you.
Now, ladies, this is all very nice, but please, there's something I must say.
For me. And who knows, maybe even a little one of our own.
There was a casino on board. I lost $4, but I didn't care. Where's Ma?
The captain let you steal?
Well, you know, just for a minute. Where's Ma?
Did he let you wear his hat?
Rose, where's Ma?
Dorothy, I'm talking to you. Did the captain let you wear his hat?
Rose, there's something wrong.
Girls, was this the only mail today?
Yes, can you believe it? That People magazine is late again. I'm gonna have to give that mailman another talking to.
This time you might want to try something a little more forceful than asking him in for a cafe via and a warm bath.
Dorothy, the man had just recovered from a hernia operation.
So snotty with those preppy people. In Minnesota, he'll get a nice mix.
Of cattle, maybe. No, this boy goes to Harvard.
Well, who says you decide? We'll take a vote.
Look, nobody is going to vote for Minnesota over Harvard, Rose.
Oh, really?
No.
He's not going anywhere.
It's a girl?
No girl, no boy. I'm not pregnant. It's
working TV guide and you toss it on top of your 10 items. I'm supposed to look the other way. I think not, Dorothy. Dorothy, my car is gone.
What?
My car, it's been stolen.
Oh, come on, Rose, slow down. You probably just forgot.
Oh, God. This brings out the artist in me. So upset about it, I can't sleep.
Well, then why don't you give him a call?
Oh, honey, I can't do that. He just tried to persuade me to see him again. That's out of the question.
I don't understand what's wrong with Jake. I think he's wonderful. And you're miserable without him.
Well, that may be, but in some ways, in some very important ways, we're just... Oh, there's Clayton now. Girls, remember what I said. No remarks about his marriage breaking up. He's still a little touchy. Clayton! Baby brother!
Sister! Oh, my, look at you, all gussied up, prettier than a spring-blooming peach tree on a dewy...
Oh, and I think I might. Rose, honey, you can't be
be serious.
Why not?
You hardly know the man.
Sister?
Yes?
These ladies and I found a wallet with some money in it.
Yes, but until the rightful owner shows up to claim it, we were wondering where we could put it so it'd be safe.
In a bank?
But whose bank?
Well, couldn't you open up a joint account in all your names?
I don't know. See, I really don't know these people.
Well, maybe you could both put up equal...
Yes. I did that last part after everything quieted down. I thought it would kind of tie things together.
Wow.
I knew it. I knew she was going to marry him.
But next week.
At our age, long engagements don't make sense. I have to go to bed.
Where will you live?
Well, the wildest part of the evening was when the Latin busboy dropped his crumb brush in my lap.
Oh, not the man of your dreams, huh?
On a scale of 1 to 10, a 7.
Well, that's not bad.
Actually, he was more like a 5, but he just looked so good with me on his arm, I gave him another 2 points. Ooh, that cake looks delicious. Let's cut her up.
Blanche, when is Becky coming? I want to make sure that Ma's all moved into my room.
I'm picking her up at 10:30.
How come when company comes, I always have to sleep with Dorothy? How come I always get the short stick?
It's because you are the short stick. Put that down.
Why?
Since you're sleeping with me, no more liquid till Becky leaves.
Anyway, when we finally got to the dance, why, Richard dropped me off, and I turned and ran smack into a man so gorgeous. He made Richard J. Wilde look like a prepubescent choir boy.
George.
No, Ernie Willis. Well, Ernie smiled, and the next thing...
No, excuse me, you'll pawn the ring. That's my final word.
To keep Stan warm on those cold winter nights, a head cozy. Lois, this is just too much. Where'd you find such a ridiculous...
And for the life of me, I can't imagine why so many people have abandoned it.
Boy, neither can I.
But if you just want to be friends.
No, I mean, can we try again? Maybe start over?
I think I'd like that.
Hawaii for 2 weeks, they're leaving my 14-year-old grandson with me.
Oh, Blanche, that's wonderful news. What, you shouldn't be upset.
No, I should be upset. How am I supposed to study for my French final with a 14-year-old in the house? It's hard enough with an 80-year-old.
Let me ask a question. So, how much responsibility are we taking on ourselves here?
Oh, Ma, what are you talking about? We can't just abandon her.
The girl needs a roof over her head, guidance, emotional support.
It's not up to us.
Well, M-I-A-M-I doesn't spell Miami Beach, that spells Miami.
I told you not to add beach.
Oh, fine. You find something to rhyme with Miami, hotshot.
Mammy. Whammy, clammy, Alabama, hootenanny, salami. Very special person. And that's why on all your programs it says that the guest celebrity for tonight's show is Presto! Bob Hope!
Community service. You know, back home we didn't have a community organization for females. Unless you count Miss Maggie's house on the hill. Those girls would stand on their heads for you. Of course, I heard that cost you $10 extra.
Blanche!
History professor seeking non-smoking Oriental woman who was into Wesson oil and bears a resemblance to Florence Henderson.
Is that signed Doug?
Yes.
I know him. He's a sick man.
I'm terribly sorry for this mix-up. Goodbye.
Not perfect. John is everything Tom wasn't. He's smart, mature, responsible.
And on time.
Would you girls keep him entertained for a minute? I want to make sure I look perfect before he sees me.
Hello.
Hi, I'm John Quinn.
Hi, I'm Rose, Blanche's roommate.
Hi, Rose.
Won't you come?
I'm just no good at this.
Yeah, that's beginning to shine through.
It was so much easier when I was married. I'd buy something expensive. George would yell at me. I'd put on a see-through nightie, and that'd be the end of it. Why can't the government work that way?
According to the newspapers, a lot of times it does.
Stop meddling in my life. I am sick of it. I told you, if I want a date, I can find one for myself.
Oh, Dorothy, dear, sweet, delusional Dorothy.
Blanche, if you don't mind, I'm having a heart-to-heart with my mother. Now listen up, you withered old Sicilian monkey.
But now my mind is made up.
Blanche, are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Lily ought to be covered for at least 2 years with that money in my bosom account.
Blanche, I'm proud of you, but why the sudden change of heart?
Oh, well, I guess this cosmetic surgery business...
But it does make it a lot more complicated. So, Frank, you cannot go through with this.
Dorothy.
No. It's a mistake that we would both regret for the rest of our lives. No matter how strongly you feel, Frank, I cannot let you leave the priesthood for me. What? Seems to be complete.
Boy, what rotten luck. I guess I was pushing myself too hard, trying to do too many things for myself. Could you hand me the remote control from the top of the television?
I think the best idea is for you to get some sleep now.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Wake me for lunch, okay, babe?
Oh boy, you and me snuggling on a couch brings back a lot of memories, doesn't it?
Actually, no. That's what I want to talk to you about. Thor, ever since you got here, you've been talking about things we did and things we said, and I don't remember any of it.
So you don't remember every little detail.
Hello, girls. Dorothy, Rose, you all remember Laszlo?
Of course, Laszlo, the artist from your museum. Oh, we really enjoyed your lecture on modern sculpture.
I didn't think anyone was paying attention.
Oh, we sure were. Especially Dorothy. She even talked to...
What's wrong? The week's receipts. I lost them on a horse.
You what?
I got a tip. It was supposed to be a sure thing.
I don't believe it. That means we're out of business. We're through.
So's my marriage. When Sophia finds out about it, she'll put me out on the street. Max, I'm sorry.
Coffee will be ready in a minute.
I sent a bullet to bite on.
Your choice, Blanche. Razor or cream remover?
Cheesecake. This reminds me of the first time I ever shaved my legs. It was at a slumber party when I was 11 years old. What's a slumber party without snacks?
Instead of cheesecake, let's have oatmeal cookies.
Hospital administrator. But I'll never get it. I'm not qualified. I'm too old.
What time is your appointment?
8:30.
All right, let me see your resume. Come on. Oh. Okay, now let's see. What's it? Oh, home ec major at Rockport Community College, 6 months at St. Paul's Business School.
Remember? And I was wearing that blue sequin dress. Will you quit complaining, Marty? It's going to be fun.
You said we were going dancing tonight. You failed to mention it was a dance marathon.
Well, the first prize is $1,000, and I have to have that money. I'm in desperate need of medical attention.
What's your point?
You didn't lose it, Ma. You just said you did so you could keep it.
Absolutely not. Not in a million years. I swear on my life I don't have it.
Do you want me to turn you upside down and shake you?
You're bluffing.
Okay, have it your way.
Here. I'm sorry, pussycat.
Everybody, can I have your attention, please? I know I've been a bit scarce tonight, but there is a reason. Something tragic happened this morning. Oh, Ma, I need your help.
Sure, sweet.
Blanche, I didn't know you went out. Are you coming back from a date?
You know, Dorothy, sometimes you can be so cruel.
Honey, if you didn't have a date, how come you're so dressed up?
Well, I sat down and tried to think of a surefire place to meet men. It was so obvious, I couldn't believe I hadn't thought of it before. The hardware store. Rose? Oh, Rose. Honey. honey, did you finally get to sleep? Well, wake up. I have to talk to...
Ma, you are not dying.
I am, Dorothy. I had a dream last night, a death dream. Your father spoke to me.
Spoke to you? How?
Do I look like Rich Little? Just listen. I'm sitting in the living room, and the clock strikes 9. Then the bell rings. It's your father in his fedora. He always...
What on? Oh, Dorothy's upset about Michael and Lorraine.
Really?
Oh, Blanche, how would you feel if your son were marrying an older woman?
Dorothy, when my son was 5 years old, he nearly burned down our whole town. Since then, nothing he does upsets me. Hell, he could marry Lillian Gish, and I wouldn't care.
You didn't want me to go out with him tonight because you knew he'd bring it up.
I can explain. Just don't lock me away in another ill-equipped nursing home.
I promise nothing.
It's true. I did send him away that night because he was dressed like a hood. And then he started to mouth off to me. So I told him to leave and not to come back until he was wearing a decent jacket and a tie.
Yeah, but why did...
I really think you're old.
Dorothy, how's the show going?
Terrible, but better than 30-something.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Wasn't that fun, boys and girls?
Oh, hit the bubble, hit the bubble.
Oh, Sophia, that smells heavenly. Is it Chef Boyardee?
Stick it in my heart, Rose. It'll hurt less.
Oh, girls, I cannot believe how extravagant I've been. It cost too much money, but when I saw it in the window, I had to have it.
What?
Look at this. A lot.
Well, then why don't you go to the hospital?
Because when he got sick, it scared the hell out of me.
And you did what you always do. You ran. Blanche, it's time to stop running.
You really think so?
Absolutely.
You're right. I will. Oh, Dorothy, you have any scars? See, my clothes are all off the shoulder. Sooner or later. Sorry, I have to give this some more thought.
No, we don't have time for that. Now, everybody's already washed their hands. Believe me, it'll be all right.
Up at Shady Pines making boats out of popsicle sticks.
I've had it. I've just had it. In the past few days, I have been turned down for every available part-time job in Dade County that didn't involve selling cocaine.
I like it. I found that out when you divorced me. I was scared and alone. But I survived. And now you will too. Because you have to.
Does this mean you're throwing me out?
I'm not throwing you out, Stanley. I'm pushing you out of the nest. Now
For myself, for a change. Oh, you're looking at a new Rosen Island. The girl who's gonna eat life.
Hi, Cookie. How you feeling?
Oh, fine, Sophia. But I did die. I died and went to heaven.
That's nice.
Why? Because he was such a strict disciplinarian?
No, because now I'd be a wealthy widow with my own place in Pebble Beach, so I wouldn't have to listen to that crap.
Lime jello with pears or fresh lemon meringue pie?
Pie.
We don't have any. We never did. Now we're even.
Oh, any luck?
What?
My heart is pounding in my ears. But then again, it always pounds in my ears. I could see the finish line. It was only 200-300 yards away. And then it happened. What every runner dreads. I hit the wall.
Ma, you ran out of steam.
No, I actually hit a wall. Everybody's your friend.
Oh, Sophia, I don't think it's a good idea to drink in the park.
Hey, I do it once a month with the girls from the Cloud Society.
The Cloud Society?
Yeah, we stake out a bench, knock a few sherries back, and discuss what we think the clouds look like.
Sophia is shy?
In an obnoxious sort of way. Look, Angela, I have to get you and Ma to end this. Not for you, not for me, for Phil. I realize now that I was wrong not doing it while he was still alive. Now, come on. Angela, take the first step. What is it going to take? It was vital and happy. Now she's here, and yes, she's resting, but she's behaving like those people at Cypress Grove, camping in front of the TV all day.
Poor woman. Do you know what I think the worst part of getting older is?
Your face? Rose's hands?
We have no view.
Oh. When the revolution comes and the heads of the imperialist swine are impaled on sticks stuck in the sand for the peoples to spit on, you'll be glad you don't got a view.
Hey, why don't you come to the studio and we can start right after?
Perfect. Just perfect. Dorothy? To us.
More goofy pictures! His thing takes an interest in you.
Hell yes. But there's another reason. Blanche, when you spend 6 months watching the person you love more than anybody else in the world slowly die, you wonder if you'll ever love again. After that, believe me.
Pentecost, please, somebody stop the bleeding.
Pussycat, leave a few scraps for the other two nudniks. You never know when I might need a good neurosurgeon.
These people are not nudniks. They are brilliant, accomplished scientists, and I'm wiping the floor with them.
Goodbye again.
Bye, darling.
Oh, Dorothy, I'm so glad things worked out.
Oh, me too.
Maybe you're not a grandmama yet, but you're still a darn good mama.
And Kate's gonna be a darn good mama, too, sometime.
Be as happy with Harry in the same way as I was with him.
He knows, Blanche, he knows. Your thoughts and feelings go right to him. You can communicate directly from your heart, can't you, Dorothy?
Oh, don't ask me. I can't get through to New Jersey with MCI.
Right now, it would be the nicest sound in the world.
Ma, you know, you don't look good.
I'm short and I'm old. What did you expect? Princess Di?
I think we should call the doctor.
I don't need a doctor.
Listen, Blanche, would you call, please? The number's by my bed. Dr. Harris.
I hate doctors.
The only doctor I ever...
Incessantly. Rose, I come over in the morning, and you hum as you're cleaning the house.
It's free music, Miles. I think you'd like that.
God forbid we get into an elevator where there's music.
You made your point. I hum.
Boy, do you hum.
Listen, Scrooge.
Hey, Scrooge?
But the letter's too sweet to ignore. I'm going to write him back and tell him how much I appreciate it.
Isn't it nice to see Rose feeling so good about herself?
It certainly is. You know, this is the first time I've seen her smile since this whole thing started.
Dorothy, I have a confession to make. I wrote that.
Rose, honey, there is nothing to be nervous about. Honey, the press wants to meet you because Gorbachev really respects your views on world peace. Boy, you know, when you say it out loud, it really sort of lays there.
Rebecca, I've held my tongue for 2 solid weeks, but I cannot any longer. Now, I am your mother, and I cannot let you go out that door without asking you why. Of all the men on God's green earth, have you decided to marry that lump of nothing out there?
Putting the cart before the horse.
And that's bad?
Look, Rose, I just don't want to see you get hurt.
Oh, Blanche, Doug and I were wondering what's happening with the sleeping arrangements.
Well, I'll be there in just a moment to get you two settled in. Now, if you sleepyheads can wait just a... And then finally it came time for the night of the recital. And there were 13 little girls up there with our little Shirley Temple curls and our little starched white pinafores and our little Mary Jane shoes. And then they opened the curtain and the music started and 12 little girls started to dance.
Yeah, we know. You're not wearing a bra.
No. I'm gonna sing. Would you please? Thank you. For all my special... Started with a B.
That first time, did you have...
Are you serious? Why, many times at first I move forward in the grand tradition of the founders of this, our great country.
What office are you running for, Blanche?
Fashion show chairman of the Tinkerbells.
Morning, everybody. Rose, honey, I hope you don't mind. I borrowed your golf glove. I have a date to play this morning.
With a man?
No, Blanche, with a Venus flytrap.
For a minute, Rose, do you know what we need? An Elvis impersonator.
That sounds great, Blanche. I thought we'd get a new dishwasher first, but this could probably come in just as handy.
I mean for our next club meeting, Rose. Membership has been waning. Maybe this standing up with his clothes on. He could be...
Anybody.
Please, Dorothy.
Oh, all right.
Can I come?
Sure, Ma.
Oh, boy, we're going to the living room. We don't have much of a life, do we, Dorothy?
That is ridiculous. Unbuttoning my blouse is not going to get us a better deal.
You are absolutely right. Don't touch yours. Rose and I will unbutton ours.
Buenos dias, señoritas.
Hi.
Buenos dias. ¿Cómo está? Queremos todo tu dinero.
Please, don't hurt me. Just take my money.
Oh, listen to that music. Who says you can't go home again?
Knut Trollstedt. You see, he took Ilse Frikadeller up to Smooch Point to play hide the fingerboard. That's a thimble. Hi, Blanche. Have you decided who you're going to be at the masquerade ball?
Yes, I'm going as Eve from the Garden of Eden. All I'll need is a few strategically placed leaves.
What about a snake?
Dorothy Zborn!
Dorothy, stop that. You're making a fool of yourself. Mr. Ha-Ha's looking at you.
Are you Dorothy Zborn?
That's right.
Get up on stage, Dorothy!
Get bent, ha-ha.
Come on, kids. Let's give Dorothy a great big ha-ha cheer! Ha-ha!
Aurora. I just hate that name. Why couldn't you have found something more musical, more southern, more beautiful?
Sorry, Blanche. Look, I know you don't like the name, and I know you think that I'm bringing it up wrong.
No. I just don't see why you have to feed her when you can.
Finding a waterfall. If you don't find anything in an hour, head back for the coastline, follow it around, and look for our fire. Now move. I said move!
Dorothy, should we be listening to Rose?
Quiet. I don't think we're allowed to talk while we work.
This is the hardest thing I've ever tried to say to anybody.
You can't marry me.
Not now. Not yet. Listen, why don't you call up the kids and tell them they're spending tonight with their daddy? And then, after a while, if you
slog when you're wearing an evening gown. And the shocker is, I lost out on the intelligence quiz.
Quelle surprise.
Don't I know it? They asked me to name the 7 dwarfs, and I did.
It can drive him absolutely crazy. I'll show you. Go. From the second he stepped out on the stage, I don't know, something happened.
You fainted, that's what happened. I spent the rest of the evening in the ladies' room trying to revive you. It wasn't until a couple years later that I got another chance to see Sinatra. Stan bought tickets for my birthday, but 2 weeks before the concert, he...
Having trouble with this course, and I'd hate to see you have to repeat it.
You know, Professor Cooper, I've been thinking about what you said, and I have no intention of repeating this course.
Good. I'm glad you decided to take me up on my offer.
Oh, I'm declining your offer, but I do want to thank you.
For what?
Well, thanks to you,
With the possible exception of Mrs. Stouffer. Enjoy your shot.
Well, Dorothy, why don't I just show Angela where she should be staying?
Good idea. You get yourself settled, and then we can catch up on family.
Okay. You know, Dorothy, Blanche here could be the identical twin of your cousin Apollonia. Apollonia was a stunningly beautiful woman.
Oh,